Hello, 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 hello. It is Monday. Another week, another Monday, and of course, another stream. Hope you enjoyed your Monday so far. Maybe it's early in the morning, maybe it's already pretty late for you. Either way, hope you enjoyed your day so far. And yeah, welcome. So today, we actually have we have a topic that is actually something that I wanted to talk about for quite a while. Now I'm happy to finally do that and also go back to one of my favorite, I guess, projects that I like to do in general, like in 3D and also on stream. Hello, hello. Okay, so what we're going to do today, as you can see right there, the first part will be the 30-minute quick sketch. We, of course, every stream begin with a quick sketch, which will roughly take 30 minutes to model, and then we're going to do some post-processing and uploading and all that stuff afterwards. So it's going to come down to roughly like 50 minutes for the first part, the 30-minute quick sketch, and then the next part will be the improve your character sculpt trick. I implemented a trick recently, or like a trick workflow, or like a trick basically, or like a mindset maybe also, just like overall like I've implemented something into my workflow that helped me improve my character sculpts in a way that they, I guess, reach new levels of quality. Or it's not only like an improvement in quality, but also an improvement in overall, I guess, like speed as well. So yeah, it'll help you. This trick or this part of the workflow that you can implement will help you not only create better characters, but also get the character closer to what you imagined. Maybe sometimes you see like, oh dude, I don't really know if that, like, you work on a character, you have something in your mind, or you even have like a what is it, like an image, for example, and you want to kind of recreate that from 2D and 3D, for example. Sometimes you have these projects that just seem to, like, in the beginning you already have like a weird feeling like, oh well, it looks kind of like it but not really, and then you go deeper and deeper into it, and then you at some point just decide, well, it doesn't really help adding more detail. It doesn't really seem like it really gets to the point where I wanted to get it to. Hopefully this trick that I use now helps me. I just recently actually implemented it, and it helped me quite a lot in my likeness sculpting and also character sculpting. I do a lot of likeness, or I like to do a lot of likeness sculpting. That's also what we're going to do today, to show off what I mean, what the trick is, and how I implement it into my workflow. That's going to be the second part. Yeah, then we're done. That's the topic for today, for today's stream. If you want to see the only the first part or only the second part, what you can do is you can go into the description. There should be timestamps if you watch like a day later or so. I usually put these timestamps in someone who came in. I usually put the timestamps in the description so you know where the next part begins. Maybe I'll even split it up into smaller sections. We'll see. So I would say I don't want to waste too much time. I think we're ready for the first part, the 30-minute quick sketch. Hold on, let me just quickly move my stuff over here. Okay, so I would say we can go over to Blender, although I don't have Blender open, so let's open that before I switch. There you go. I already have something in mind, which is actually quite elaborate, but I think if we use old assets, it should work. So just deleted parts that I don't need. And let me just quickly make a new folder for what we for the quick sketch. I like a new quick sketch folder because I haven't done that yet. It's of course May. Quick sketches, there you go. And of course, who are we gonna likeness sculpt today, or who are we gonna make a likeness sculpt out of? It is Maya Higa, the streamer, and also what is it? Animal. I don't know what the English name is for it. The animal rescue farm leader. That sounds weird, but in general, like, yeah, she has her own. She builds her own animal rescue farm. Shows it off on stream. Tries to teach her audience about it, how to rescue animals or where to bring them and all that stuff. Teaches them about the animals itself. Yeah, I wanted to do like a female likeness sculpt. I've done 2, and I think I've done 5 male likeness sculpts, so I wanted to do another female one. I also wanted to do a female, just because usually the features aren't as defined, which makes it sometimes harder to really like identify all the small I guess bumps, or the kind of identify the structure of the face. It's a little bit harder on like, I guess, smoother faces. So yeah, good thing is though, usually on female faces you can more, I guess, improve your ability to see like fat pads, for example. That's why female faces, for example, are smoother, just because they have like usually they have like a little bit more, I guess, bigger fat pads. That doesn't mean that they're fatter, but just the structure is a little bit different. Yeah, and that's why they appear rounder or smoother, their skin, or their structure of the face. Okay, we are at quick sketch day 130. So okay, let me just quickly pull up the project that I need to start, and then we can start. There you go. There you go. It was like, it was one of the most recent quick sketches actually. I wanted to have like a night for this scene. Just have to look it up which one it is. I think it was like 109. There it is. Okay, perfect. So perfect. Okay, I'm ready. That's the one I have to pull up. Perfect. Okay, so timer's ready as well. Oh, we have to switch to Blender. There you go. Okay, so the timer's ready. The quick sketch canvas, 3D canvas, is ready. This time we don't need Roberto, because we're gonna import, I guess, an older version of him. We only need one person for this one. So yeah, we only need one of them. We don't need to import Roberto for this one. My good old human base mesh, rigged base mesh. So yeah, I think we're ready to do the quick sketch, so we can go right into the likeness sculpt afterwards. Yeah, okay, perfect. So everything's ready. Perfect. Okay, so let's set the timer. There you go. Hit record. There you go. Perfect. Everything's working. I'm ready. Hopefully you're ready as well. The timer's ready, so I would say 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna grab the soldiero, just because I need him anyway, and I can, if I pull him in now, I'm not gonna waste any time trying to look for him later. Is it geometry? I guess. Let's see. Show me. There it is. Oh, that's the scene from one of the previous quick sketches. Let me pull it to the side. It's quite dense in geometry, so it takes a while to push to the side. I should probably like delete most of it so it's easier, but we can... Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and remove all the modifiers, because we don't need them. I just want to have one of them dudes. We don't need the mirror modifier anyway, either. There you go. We're gonna go in here. I don't want to mumble too much. You should actually understand what I say. There you go. This is Roberto. We don't need him, so I'm gonna delete him. Ooh, that was a rhyme. There you go. Okay. There's another one. We don't need you. Please go away. There you go. That's the dude that we need. You can see him in his armor. I guess semi-armor, but it works. His cloak is kind of weird, but I mean, it's okay. We don't really have to change it. What we could do maybe is we could pull this a little bit back. Does that work? I mean, no, that looks weird. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there. So We need him. What we also need is, of course, something where he can stand on. So we're gonna grab a plane. That's the plane. What we need now is we need a few subdivisions. So let's add those. Set it to simple. Let's set it to 6, and also another displacement. Oh, not displacement, but subdivision. Let's set it to. Oh, I can only use one with my hotkey. Okay, I'm confused. So this subdivision surface, let's set it to 2. So we have enough geometry for the displacement. Make a new displacement. Use a cloud texture, and there you go. Ooh, look at that. We have a nice displacement texture. This will be the ground, but of course it's way too, I guess, like dense right now. So we try to make the bumps a little bit more spread out. There you go, looking pretty good. The problem is it is very, very strong right now, so I'm gonna decrease the strength, and then maybe I can even bring back a little bit of this the scale. Bring back the scale so we have more bumps. Look at that. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, so this is supposed to be pretty even. That's why I did it like this. I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna duplicate it, so I have a duplicate. If I need one more, I'm gonna apply everything. There you go. Of course, we have for these 30 minutes to be we have to be pretty quick to actually finish this piece. So I of course try to be very quick with this. So that's the ground. I'm gonna make it bigger just because the environment should be like, the ground should be bigger than just like this small little patch. There you go. I'm gonna move it back here. We actually don't really need that much of this piece. We need something else later, which will cover most of it. We need to use the sculpt mode to kind of make this even, or more like a beach scene. It's supposed to be like a coast or beach scene, so I need a pretty shallow ground. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. Trying to make this very even, and then I can make this here deeper, so just that it's not like covering the water that'll be on top. There you go. Let's go into object mode. Perfect. So what we need now is of course another plane, which we're going to bring in. We're going to move it to the center. Actually, we don't need to. We can just move this over to on the y-axis by 1. There you go. So like the pivot point is right on the edge. So this way we can just scale it in this direction. There you go. Now it fits perfectly on the other plane. We're going to move it a little bit down so we can actually, it is actually like fully underneath the other. Like we can see the ground right there. That's exactly what I wanted. So we have a nice coast. And then what we need is we need another displacement. Before we do that, of course, we need some subdivisions. Set that to 6. I think that should be enough. Set it to displace. Set it to smooth as well. We make a new cloud texture because otherwise it look kind of weird if we use the same. So let's make a new cloud texture. There you go. It looks kind of weird, of course. We have to change the size. It's just supposed to be a little bit wavy, not too much. There you go. Change the strength to bring back most of it. Kind of keep these ripples in the water like that. See, these very, very subtle ripples. What we need though to make this environment bigger is we need an array modifier. We use that before we displace it. This way the displacement uses like there's the seam is perfectly like in line. The two parts, basically the two planes that we've arrayed are in line. Oh well, that doesn't work obviously. I'm gonna move this over so we have 2, maybe even 3. Let's set it to 3. Move it over. There you go. So this one's in the middle, and then we need another array modifier. There you go. And set this under or in front of the displacement texture as well. Set it from the x-axis to the y-axis, and there you go. We can extend this all the way back to the horizon. We're gonna grab the knight. We're gonna put him on the ground. We can make that easier on ourselves to enable by enabling snapping with face and then project individual elements, rotate scale. Now we can just put him on this ground without having to kind of, I guess, do it or like finically trying to get him to sit perfectly on the ground. He just stands there. There you go. Okay, so I actually want to put him close to the water, like there. Okay, there you go. We're gonna grab the camera so we can make the shot, the final shot. There you go. We make Also, we changed the focal length because environments are pretty big, so you want to see most of it, which means we'll set the focal length to 30, which will increase the field of view. If you want to talk about it, talk in gaming lingo. There you go. Oh, we have to disable this, and there you go. Okay, so we can see him, but of course we want to see more of the horizon. Also, I want to move the camera lower so the horizon line's right on his height. He's not supposed to be the focus, so I'm gonna move the camera a little bit further back. We can still see him there, but he's not supposed to be the focus, so that's why I set it up like this. He's supposed to be, let's put him on the right side. I actually have him quite a lot on the left side, so putting him on the left, on the right side might be a nice change. So, okay, so we have the basics already in here. We're gonna save this real quick, just so we don't lose any progress, because that would be fatal. I've done it once, and I don't want to do it again. Or I haven't done it, rather. Quick sketch day 113. Oh, we missed a spacebar. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so next up, we need something in the background. So what we do is we're going to grab this plane. We're actually going to move it to the side. There you go. And then we'll duplicate this one more time, and then we can modify this piece. We're going to separate the texture so we can make our own texture for this one. This one will not be affected now. We're going to go to the texture. Perfect. We will increase the size. No, hold on. No, we want to decrease. No, we increase the size. Now we go to the modifier and increase its strength to something pretty high. We're going to set the mid-level pretty high as well, although that doesn't really make a difference. So we're going to keep it at 0.5, the middle. What I want to do though is I'm going to go to colors, go to color ramp, and set the black to 0.5. This means now everything is above, or at least at mid-level. Now if I pull this down, you can see we get this nice mountain there. That's exactly what I wanted. We can then use, well, we can spawn or add rather, what do we use it? I mean, the plane should work. I mean, plane axis. We then can change the coordinates from the displacement texture modifier to object. Select this empty, and now if we move the empty, we can select what the mountain should look like. I like this mountain. I think this one looks pretty good. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this. We're going to use both, otherwise the texture will change. There you go. We're going to go into the modifiers, apply everything. There you go. Remove the empty, and then we can move the mountain into the scene. You can see it in the horizon there. It's pretty small, so we have to change its size, of course. It's supposed to be a big mountain, so I'm going to move it further back. Looks pretty good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the sculpt mode to adjust its, I guess, look. We can actually keep these nice rocks on the side. That makes it look more natural, although they're kind of cut off here, so we kind of have to push them down so we don't see these lines in the render. There you go. Looks pretty good. This side as well, I'm just going to move it down. Perfect. We don't see it anymore. That's it. That's all we needed to do. Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. There you go. So we already have almost everything that we need to, I guess, have most of it. I mean, like to have like the most important parts in the scene. There's more that I want to add. So the first part that I want to add is I want to have a cylinder. Put that over there. We're going to make a few towers, so that should be pretty simple. What we need is we're going to make this bigger. Before we do that though, I'm going to go into the edit mode, extrude this, scale it like this, extrude it again, move it up, and then scale it to have a nice tower. There you go. We could even give it like a small little flagpole right there. Maybe it will probably not be visible in the end, but that's okay. There you go. We can make a few more. What about another one that looks like what could this one look like? We could probably give it like a cut right there and then a cut right there. Then we add another one right there. We select the upper edge and we scale it up to have this double double tower thing. We could also make this one wider, I guess, to make it kind of more proportional. There you go. Let's do one more. What about what about a cube-shaped tower? What we could do is we could also bevel this. Hold on. Bevel. Zip. Like this. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna grab the face. Extrude, scale. Extrude. Let's move up. Maybe not this high, maybe like that. That's pretty good. There you go. And we have another tower design. Yeah, I mean, we could probably put in a few windows here as well. Why not? We'll just grab this. We're gonna do an insertion, scale it. There you go. Remove the face. No, not remove the face. Extrude it in. There you go. Remove the face, and there you go. Everything returns to normal when I flip the face. So you try to simulate it, and then hold on, I tried to modeling a pillow using cloth simulation, but the direction of my simulation is reversed. Everything returns to normal when I flip the face. So you mean, when you mean the direction of my simulation is reversed, do you mean that like it returns to normal when you start the simulation, or when? That would be kind of weird, but maybe, I don't know. Usually, I mean, you can check a few things to make sure that everything's working right. First of all, you can try like to just create another pillow, and then just, I guess, go through the same workflow again and see if that works. That's usually what I do. Or what I also try is to just, I guess, go through all the settings and see if changing any of them kind of fixes it. For example, if you, what is it? For example, what you could do is, what's always good for cloth simulations is to scale it up by ×10, just by increasing I guess the size of the object itself helps the cloth simulation somehow work properly. If it's very small, it has like difficulty really with the collision, for example. So maybe just scaling it up ×10, and then once you're done with the simulation and you've applied all the modifiers and the simulation itself, you can then scale it by 0.1 to bring it back to its original scale. Maybe that helps. Maybe applying all the like Control A and then applying all the location, rotation, scale and all that, maybe that might help. Or maybe the yeah, the face, if you flip the faces already, maybe there's something else that could be the problem. Okay, I need a cube as well. I'm gonna make this beveled as well. Up, select these edges, bevel, and there you go. So we're gonna make a castle. So we're gonna duplicate this. This is the body of the castle. We're gonna move it into the mountain. We're gonna make it bigger, of course, otherwise we're not gonna see it. That's looking pretty fine, if I say so myself. There you go. So what we need now is, oh, actually we can make it a little bit bigger. There you go. So let's use these towers. I'm going to use the first one first. Duplicate that. How much time do we have left? 14 minutes. Should be pretty good. I don't know if the face color really changes much. I've seen, like, if I use, I think, for example, if I go into sculpt mode, sometimes the faces have a different color, just because I think they're like, they have like different face sets. Then they like get it creates two face sets. One of them is red, one of them is just like the normal color. I don't really know, or I don't think that really is a big problem. I think that's just for identification, for you to see easier which parts is which. That usually happens when I use Boolean, like a Boolean modifier, and then go into sculpting. That's usually when I get these different colored faces. Is it in edit mode or is it in scope mode? We can do a quick pillar simulation. I actually have like a very easy trick on how to make like a very simple one. Maybe it'll look a little bit different to what you want to have, but We can go through like my workflow of how I create pillows. It's actually pretty simple. Okay. This one, put it maybe in the center. We have this nice middle tower, which can be bigger. There you go. We pull this down, so we have it connected to the rest. Look at that. We're gonna make another one. We're gonna pull it maybe even here to one of these islands, so it's like a single tower that is really like disconnected from the main part, the main building. Move it down. There you go. Maybe even make it slimmer. There you go. Welcome back, Vicente. There you go. Okay. Hope you enjoyed your day so far. Hope your cats are doing fine. How old are they? I don't know. Like, I don't know if you can really tell if cats are old. Probably just if they like close to, I guess, death. I don't really know if you can really tell if they're old, if they're like in their midlife, I guess. If they're young, you can really tell, and then they grow up like very quick, and then at some point I think maybe they just get gray hair at some point. Do they get gray hair? I don't even know. I think so. I think I've seen a few that have like more, or their fur just gets a little bit more like scrawny or more like rough. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem, the red face. Is it in edit mode or is it in what is it? So there's a red outline for faces. That happens if you press Shift E, I think. No, Shift E is purple. That is increasing or creasing the edge. That basically tells, for example, the subdivision modifier not to smooth this edge. It keeps it basically sharp. And then you also have if you press U, you have the unwrap option. If you do that, nothing happens, of course. Why not? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait. Do I have to select it like this? No. Wait, what? So usually if you unwrap something, you... Oh, I know what. Mark seam. There you go. Okay, so it's not in... Okay, it's in object mode. I mean, maybe it is in... Did you import any materials, for example? You can change, for example, if you create a material, a new one, you can go into the viewport display settings, and then you can change the color to any color you want. Maybe that's what you mean. Or what you can do is you can change the color to a random color by going to this small little thing right there, and then you go all the way down to color, and then you can select random. This way everything gets a random color. That's probably not what you mean though. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a few more towers, maybe one over here. Just a very, very small one. There you go. Go all the way there. More little boy. Oh, 16 and 15. Is it like similar to how dog years are like calculated? That they're like 7 years for every 1 year. One human year. I don't know. I'm not a animal expert. Okay, that's, I think, pretty good. Let's save it. I want to actually add some more to the scene, but before we do that, we're going to go into rendered mode. I want to bring in some lighting. We're going to go to the world. We have no lighting, so we're going to use the environment texture, set it to background shading, and also background color. Let's see what we have here. I would like to have some sort of overcast environment. Let's see what HDRIs we have here. We have... this one could work. Oh, yeah, this one looks pretty cool. Maybe, okay. Do they look old? Do you see some sort of wrinkly eyes, or I don't know how you can see it in animals. Do they like, are they lazier or anything like that? Oh, they don't look old. Okay. Do they act old? Okay. So let's create the water material. What do we have here? We have a roughness. Let's bring that down. We also need the metallics to go up. This way we get this nice water. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? It looks pretty close to the... Oh, that's... I know why. Because it's... the water reflects the structure in the background, which kind of appears as if it's like very close to him, but he's actually quite far away from... yeah, the castle. Let's see, I want to change the world thingy. Okay, I was kind of scared that I wasn't recording, but everything's fine. I have to download so many VODs just to get all the recordings for the MSI Creator Award submission. That'll take ages, but whatever. Oh, you mean the modifier is kind of weird. Sometimes it works quite well, sometimes it doesn't really work at all. I haven't really looked into how it really works. There's some sort of math behind it. I haven't really looked into it too much. Yeah, maybe we could, I mean, I'm actually kind of interested in how it actually works, because switching between like all these options doesn't really do much most of the time. What usually happens is, or what usually works is, most of the time, if you, for example, go in here, the bevel usually selects like the whole face, and if you bevel something, it basically, if you want to have like a more distinct bevel, what you would have to do is for these edges, for example, if you want to bevel this edge right here, this top edge, this one, you would have to create like a cut right there, and then also inset this face. So basically you have two edges right next to the edge that you want to bevel. This way, this edge will just bevel way easier. If you go back to the previous state, let's see what that looks like. Okay, this one is actually pretty good. But yeah, sometimes you have these weird bevel, or sometimes it doesn't even do anything. It's kind of weird sometimes. Do you have the, like, I saw like a system for cat and cat litter that looked quite effective, where you basically put the cat litter box into like another box, and then you put that box with the cat litter box in another bigger box, which means that if they go into the smaller box and they like throw out the litter, it falls into the bigger box, so you don't have to clean it afterwards. Looked actually pretty effective. Okay, so let's give these things some value. There's probably a solution, but I would have to look a little bit more deeper into how the bevel modifier works. Maybe we can do that shortly after we're done. I'm kind of interested in how it works. We have 5 minutes to do the modeling, so let's see. Let's give it some color. So we have these parts. First of all, I'm going to give my knight a color. We're going to make him black. Look at him standing there gloriously. We have the ground as well. Let's make it a little bit brighter. Does that have the same material? No, it does not. Perfect. Maybe like that. Perfect. Then we have the water. Of course, it's just water. We then have the castle. Let's give the castle a material as well. Maybe a little bit brighter like this. We select all the towers. We link the towers to the main one that has the material. Control L, link the material. There you go. Look at that. Oh, this ground should probably have the same color than this one has. I'm actually going to make this darker, because those are supposed to be rocks. There you go. No, actually no, I'm going to keep it there. It's not a sand castle, okay? It may appear like one, but it's not. Okay, so what do I need? I need some fog. So let's grab the cube. Oh, the cube is in the wrong direction, wrong position. Please. Okay, there you go. There you go. Move it up. Make it bigger. That should be enough. We're gonna make it bigger, higher, I mean. There you go, to fill up the whole scene. Set it to wire so we can see through. We're gonna make a new volume shader. I'm gonna make sure that it's gonna be set to white here and also in absorption color to white. There you go. Hopefully that works to make it not as dark, the scene itself. Color attribute 0.1. Oh, that's way too high. 0.01. Oh, 0.01. Okay, maybe 0.025. Okay, it's a little bit too. Let's see. We could probably put some light in the scene. What about a sunlight? We're gonna move it back here just so we have it in the direction we want it to. Where it's supposed to come from. Although I kind of want to move it actually to the side. It's quite weak. There you go. Now we actually can see some structure here. The HRI was just too weak. There you go. Oh, it's actually too strong now. Let's bring it back to maybe 0.01. Yeah, that's better. The ground in front is pretty dark. I mean, pretty bright, so I'm gonna make it darker. Like that. Okay, perfect. I think it's still too strong. What about 0.05, 005? Okay. Yeah, I think that works. Maybe we can rotate the sun as well, just to give this cast like better a look in terms of shadows and light. There you go, just to accentuate the structure a little bit better. There you go. 1 minute 32. We need... Wait, is there like a second material on here? Seems like there is. Hold on, is there a second shader? No. Assign. Okay. I'm gonna make this even darker. There you go. Okay, we're gonna save this. I'm actually gonna need a few rocks, so I'm just gonna grab my good old cube. We're gonna give it a few bevels. First of all, before I do that though, I'm gonna go in here, bevel this. Let's use the vertices. Okay, well that looks kind of weird. Let's use edges. I think that's easier. Like this. Like this. Use this one as well. Nope, this one and this one. Bevel. This one as well. There you go. We have a nice rock. We can then use even the bevel modifier. In this one should work. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's the wrong modifier. There you go. This one works. Okay. So let's put these in here. We're gonna make it smaller. And we're gonna use a... No, we're not gonna do that. Just gonna add a few rocks here. We're gonna use the same material. There you go. Okay. Of course, as always, I would have liked to add more detail, but now it's over. The timer has stopped. There's no going back. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Let's do the post-production in Blender first. And oh, switch the scene. There you go. Render result. There you go. While this is rendering, I'm going to pull up the Blender Bevel Modifier description. Let's see what it says. Let's learn a little bit more about the Bevel Modifier. Blender Bevel Modifier. Bevel Modifier Blender Manual. The Bevel Modifier bevels the edges of the mesh. Oh, hold on. There you go. The Bevel Modifier bevels the edges of the mesh it is applied to, with some control of how and where the bevel is applied to the mesh. It is a non-destructive alternative to the bevel operation in edit mode. Beveled and non-beveled, of course. Okay, yeah, you can say bevel which, the vertices or the edges. What can you say? Oh, I didn't even know that you have all these settings. Okay, what do you have here? Width type. Defines how width will be interpreted to determine the amount of bevel. Okay, so you have, okay, hold on. You have different settings. Let's grab a bevel modifier real quick, just to see all these options. So you have bevel, there you go. So you have offset, width, depth, percent, absolute. Let's keep that on the side. Can you see that? I think you can. Yeah, you can, kinda. Hold on. There you go. Oh, where's my window? There you go. So we have offset and all the others. So offset is just, I guess, yeah, from the corner, from the edge or corner to the new edge or corner. Then we have, okay, there's a good description. The distance from the new edge to the original. Okay. Width, the distance between the two new edges formed by the bevel, or the edges on either side of the bevel if there is more than one segment. Depth, value is the perpendicular distance from the new bevel face to original edge. Okay, so this one, okay. Percent, the percentage of the length of adjacent edge length that the new edges slide along. So I guess these ones. Yeah. So if you have like a face right here, if you have, let's set it to percent, and if we set it to 50%, does that work? Yeah, now it's like fully, like perfectly in the center. If we set it to 40%, you can see there's a little gap in the center. So it uses like this face is 100%, and then it kind of, you can determine the amount that it takes from this face, if in either direction, in both directions. So this edge will take, let's set it to 10%. So now this edge up here got beveled and it takes up 10%, or got slid up 10% into the center of this face, and the other one at the bottom as well. What's the next one? Absolute, the exact distance along edges adjacent to the beveled edge. A difference from offset is visible when the unbeveled edges attached to beveled edges meet at an angle besides a right angle. Attachment to beveled edges meet at an angle besides a right angle. Let's set it to absolute. Maybe we can just, I guess that's just like, you can set a certain amount. The difference is then that they can go further than, no, they can't. Let's read that again. The exact distance along edges adjacent to the beveled edge. Yeah. A difference from offset is visible when the unbeveled edges attached to beveled edges meet at an angle besides a right angle. So if you only select this edge right there, it'll do something weird. Okay. So these ones are pretty easy to understand, at least, or pretty simple, like offset with depth, percent, absolute. Their, I guess, behavior could be maybe explored more. Width, yeah, width, okay. Segments, the number of edge loops, of course, yeah, segments. So why is it sometimes that there's like just nothing happening? I guess maybe there is no real like definition of where, how they should, like this object should be beveled. Let's use it on this one. Maybe this one works, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, it does. You can see it does very, like it bevels it very small. We can set it to something else. Let's set it to percent. Yeah, see now there's almost nothing happening because it's at 0.1%. If we increase this, you can see now it increases. Of course, if you have like if you want to apply a bevel to like these very long edges, the whole edge will be 50%. So if you want to make very small, like a very small bevel just on this this corner right there, you should probably not use percent, but probably offset. Maybe offset should work. Also, I wonder why it's limited. Oh, the limitation comes from the angle. What about none? Okay, well, there's just nothing happening. Interesting. Wait, what? Hold on, there's more. Limit. Used to control where a bevel is applied to the mesh. None. No limit, all edges will be beveled. Well, that doesn't work. Or is it? Oh, it does. But it's very, very small. You can see it right there if I switch the two. But I wonder why it doesn't continue just to make it, to bevel it more. Weird. Angle. Only beveled edges whose angle of adjacent faces pull the defined angle is less than 180 degrees. Indeed, intended to allow you to bevel only the sharp edges of an object without affecting its smooth surfaces. Okay, so we can actually define how many edges we should include. So if you have like a more round object, it won't bevel that one. So we could actually test this on this one. So if we use a bevel modifier on here, you can see the angle is set to 30. If we, I think, increase it, they should exclude the outer edges. There you go. Now the outer edges are not part of the angle. Their angle is too low, which excludes them from the bevel angle that we've set. So if we set it to 90, we can see now it's included. If we set it to 91, there you go. They're not included anymore. Okay, perfect. So we understood these two. I mean this part. What else do we have for limitations? Weight. Use each edge's bevel weight to determine the width of the bevel. When the bevel weight is 0, no bevel is applied. Okay, so what is bevel weight? Maybe for these ones, vertex group weights. That is kind of weird. You have weight painting, but that would only include like a certain vertex group. Is that like really what that is? Maybe, I don't know. And then we have vertex group. Yeah, vertex group is the one that I said before. So if we set it to vertex group, we can select a vertex group. If we make, for example, like a new one, we select let's select this edge right there. We make a new vertex group, assign those edges or these two vertices to that group. We go back to the bevel modifier. We can say vertex group, limit method, vertex group, which one? This one. And there you go. Only this bevel is, this edge is beveled. Perfect. The profile, of course, you can change the shape. If we increase the segments, let's set it to 5 or 6. Let's set it to 5. And then we can change the shape right there. Ooh. And then, of course, custom, you can make your own. So like, ooh. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? We, of course, need more. Let's set it to 50. Or maybe not 50, maybe 15. There you go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, that's what you can do. Okay. Let's set it to super ellipse geometry. Oh, okay. Maybe this one is what kind of keeps it from beveling sometimes. Invert, yeah. Profile. Super ellipse shape, yeah, custom profile, there you go. The miter shape. Hold on. Oh, miter outer, inner, okay. The miter shape slider stays active when miters are enabled because it still controls the shape of the miter profiles. This widget allows the creation of a user-defined profile with more complexity than with the single profile parameter. So that's probably only used when you use custom, I guess. Presets. Okay, sampling. Sample straight edges, sample even lengths, geometry. Oh, geometry. A miter is formed when two bevel edges meet at an angle. On the side where the angle is greater than 180 degrees, if any, it is called an outer miter. If it is less than 180 degrees, then it is called an inner miter. The outer and inner miters can each be set to one of these patterns. Sharp. Edges meet at a sharp point, with no extra vertices introduced on the edges. Patch. Oh, that's what it does. Okay, sharp is this one. Patch. Oh, that's actually pretty good. So if we go in here and change, okay, let's bring this back to super ellipse. We remove the vertex group. Let's set it to none. There you go. Now everything is you can see the flow right there. Let's set it to maybe 5. That's probably easier to see. So now if we change the miter to patch or arc, oh, they're not outer, they're inner, I think. Arc. Yeah, now they change their geometry. This is actually pretty helpful. And then this spread. Hell yeah. Look at that. Intersections. Cutoff. Oh, wait, what? Okay, hold on. Intersections. What does intersections do? When more than 2 bevel edges meet at a vertex, a mesh is created as a way to complete the intersection between the generated geometry. This option controls the method used to create the mesh. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay. Cutoff is just like, it removes the intersection. Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess you just have to play around with these settings a little bit. I think if you understand them a little bit better, of course, it's easier to find what you're looking for. I think sometimes it's also just like the object isn't really set up properly to be able to use the bevel modifier. So yeah, you just have to like change the settings or play around with the settings, maybe look into how the settings work and maybe see if your geometry fits into like how it's supposed to look like. For example, right here we can see this intersection. We probably have to reduce the spread, and there you go. Now it looks good again. So going through the settings and yeah, figuring out what this modifier actually does could be the solution you're looking for. Yeah. Now at least I know the bevel modifier a little bit better. Now I can use it more effectively. Perfect. And you hopefully as well. Okay, let's save this one and then yeah, let's do some post-production. This looks actually pretty cool, I must say. Yeah, maybe the water is too... Oh, I know what the water is. What the water's problem is. We have to increase the subdivisions. There you go. Yeah. Now it's not like fully I guess straight or smooth, plain. Okay. Let's do some post-production. Let's put the glare node in. We need the glare node as always. Hopefully. Do we? Let's see. Nothing happens. Why not? Probably the threshold is just too high. Oh, well, that doesn't work. It adds a little bit. I think I like it. I think I like it like this. That's pretty good. Okay. So... I think what also can help if we use like the fog setting is that we actually create like cloud structures that we add to the scene. This kind of just suggests more that there's actually like clouds in the air. Right now it looks more like it's like washed out the further you go out. Yeah, which makes it look kind of weird. So maybe we need to use a cloud shader on this and just add like multiple blocks of fog to make it look more realistic. Okay, let's do the render, the beauty render times 4. Nope, let's set it to 256. There you go. Render. Okay. I'm excited to get back to some I guess speed sculpting. Doing another likeness sculpt in a short amount of time is actually quite fun for me, or at least like finishing projects quite like pretty quickly is actually quite fun for me. I also like creating like or like bringing in a lot of detail, but in general I think I like a mix between both. I probably prefer like I guess shorter projects more than like long, very long-term projects. But both are pretty cool. So I'm quite excited to, after doing this very, very long project for these like multiple weeks now, we can finally go back to some more quicker projects. We actually start, I actually, like, there's a new long-term project. I would even like call it mid-term project, but that sounded kind of weird. A new long-term project that we're gonna start on Wednesday. Just because sometimes I want to cover topics that don't really fill the whole day or the whole stream. So I don't want to just, I guess, end the stream early. I would rather just work on another, you know, what is it? Another, yeah, I just want to have like a long-term project that we can fall back on if the time is not fully filled. What's the typo? Tell me. Is it in the topic description? For like a individual topic, or is it more overall and I don't know, somewhere else? Because if it's a description, then I'm probably not going to change it, but it'll still be good to know. Hold on, I'm going to pull that up. Oh, wait, or still... Oh, there you go. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Oh no, okay. Well, I'm not gonna upload the video again, so I mean, thanks for making me aware of it. I'll make sure that I'm not gonna do the same mistake again. Good thing is with these I guess daylight scenes, it's easier to sculpt them, not to sculpt them, to use more samples, which reduces the noise in general. Yeah, which makes it less grainy, which is very, very helpful. The problem is I usually do like very dark scenes, so that kind of doesn't really help me that much, but for these scenes it's pretty good. Why is there this weird cube down there? Like there's the small... What is that? What? Oh, I think that's a reflection. Like a distortion because the water isn't perfectly straight or smooth. Plain. "30 seconds remaining." Okay, I'm gonna drink something real quick. Oh. 13 seconds. Yeah, also like doing quick projects kind of like I like reflecting on my old projects. So doing, I guess, shorter projects lets me do that more often. That's why I like it, why I like to do like smaller projects or shorter projects. So we're gonna start and finish the likeness sculpt today, because tomorrow's gonna be another topic. That's one, like tomorrow's topic will be more, I guess, informal, or not informal, more about information, not really about a project, but will still be pretty interesting. So Let's save the image. There you go. There you go. I would say we should switch to Photoshop. Before we do that though, I'll import the quick sketch. There you go. Let's switch. Woo. There you go. Oh, let's remove the timer. We don't need it anymore. Okay, so let's do some post-production. What about a selective color correction? We don't need these colors, we need black. Oh, yeah, I think this can be a little bit darker. So let's go back to the gray tones. Maybe we can make those darker as well, just a little bit. I kind of want to make this very, very dark. This one kind of in the mid-gray area, so we can see these different foreground and midground levels a little bit easier. And also kind of to suggest that this is further in the background. And then should we switch the whites or give it some more white? Kind of, I think that's okay. Not too much. That's okay. I don't think we need any more except for the texture. So let's pull up the texture. Wait, what is that? Oh. Blender cloud, there you go. We need my fingerprint texture, my good old fingerprint texture that I use for all these monochrome image or quick sketches right now. Actually, the project that we're gonna do on Wednesday, the long-term project, will also affect the quick sketches. So everything's intertwined. Everything has a story. You know, now that I think about it, I actually combined like the project on Wednesday has 3 causes, or I guess progresses 3 of my plans. That's actually pretty crazy. Okay. Oh, we're gonna go into that later on Wednesday. Oh. Oh, not 50%, please. 75. There you go. Okay, perfect. Actually, you know, I think 100% is okay. Yeah, that's okay. Let's save the PSD file. Sketch day 113. Perfect. Okay, so let's do some, we're gonna export it. There you go. Not in the thumbnail folder, but rather in there. Walk on water. Hold on, I'm gonna save it first and then we can think about a name. Yeah, I think that's okay. In there, perfect. What are those bugs called that can walk on water? These that look like a starfish, or not like a starfish, but more like an X with this small little body in the center. The I don't know what they call water treaders. Okay, so we need a new file. We're gonna save this one and we're gonna make a new one. General, there you go. Okay, perfect. I want to know what. Okay, hold on. I want to see what they're called. We need a name for this quick sketch. So, what about Water Strider? That sounds kind of funny. We could use that. Or Well, hold on. Is there some sort of Water Strider sounds pretty kind of cool. Yeah, I'm gonna call it water, right? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna import it into my phone, and then you can enjoy a quick compilation. And once we're done with that, we'll go over to today's topic. Wrong folder. There you go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna upload the image. Hopefully you'll enjoy the compilation. Maybe you've seen them multiple times now, but that doesn't matter. It's always nice to see it again. Yeah, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Have fun. There you go. Let's bring back the music. Da-da-da. Let's bring back the camera angle. There you go. Okay, so first of all, what we need is the graphics tablet. There you go. Okay, so let's go over today's topic. So I guess I can talk about what I mean with the one trick that helped me improve or bring my sculpts, my character sculpts, likeness sculpts to a new level. It actually was kind of, it was actually kind of tangible. Like the new quality, I guess, of sculpts was actually tangible. Not only because it went, like it was easier to do them, it was also just faster. So what I'm going to show you today will shock you. Yeah, what I did was yeah, I added this little trick, and it actually immediately helped me. Once I really understood what it meant, it immediately helped me understand or improve my workflow. That's what I wanted to say. It immediately improved my workflow once I implemented this trick, or this trick. So let's go into sculpting. Oh, before we do that though, I actually want to show you today's subject. Who are we gonna do a likeness sculpt of? So let's go into here. We don't need the shader right now, so we can just go in here and give it a we switch to the image preview. I'm going to pull up my references, because if I do a likeness sculpt, what I do is I use a lot of references, because if you want to, I guess, sculpt someone from every angle, you need images from every angle, so you actually know what they look like from every angle. So it may look kind of weird just, I guess, having a collection of somebody just from every angle, like a photo, but that's just part of doing a likeness sculpt. Let's go into display capture so you can see them. There you go. So that's my folder. We're gonna do a likeness sculpt of Maya Higa, or another Twitch streamer, and maybe somebody knows her. She's doing she has a animal rescue ranch or farm where she cares for and treats any animal rescued animals, and uses her stream to teach her stream about the animals, how they treat them, what the animals are, what they do, and also yeah, it does a little bit of other stuff as well. So I wanted to do a female likeness sculpt again. I think I've done 2 so far. For males, I've done 5 so far. So I kind of wanted to do another female likeness sculpt, just to mix it up, make it like likeness sculpts for females and males are a little bit different in that you can usually, for males, see the structure a little bit better. The facial structure is more defined. They usually have like less fat, or the fat pads aren't as big. So the face doesn't appear as smooth as it would for female faces, which means of course if you want to sculpt somebody and you want to see like the structure of that person's face, you want to see the structure so you can implement the structure, or you can convert that structure and put it into your own sculpt. That is of course a little bit harder if it's smoother, and of course lighting is always another difficulty you have to kind of, I guess, you have to keep in mind. So if you have like a very soft light, you can't really see any details except for the very, very broad details, like when the light is coming from the top, you can see like a very significant shadow underneath somebody's eyebrows, but you can't really see like the small little fat pad that you can see like right here, like at the edge of your mouth, for example. That's actually my favorite part of the mouth. I don't really know why, but it just adds so much character to somebody. And then you have like these fat pads going from your from the top of your nostril all the way down to roughly down here, and then a few fat pads somewhere else. Overall, you can't really see the structure that well if it's like a very dim light or very, I guess, monotonous light. So for example, I think a very shallow lighting, let's see if we have an example for shallow lighting. We can, I have an example for a good lighting. This one is good lighting. It's quite, I guess, oh, hello, SpongeBob, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your day so far. This one is actually pretty good lighting. You have a light coming from the front, so you can see this side. You can see a few, I guess, highlights on this side. This is Maya Higa. She's another streamer doing, she has a animal rescue ranch, so we does streams about that, and also just, I guess, other random stuff. If you want to look her up, that's her name. There you go, Maya Higa. Pretty simple to spell. or to spell, yeah. So this one's actually pretty good lighting because you have a light coming from the front, which kind of highlights the left side, gives this side a little bit more, I guess, structure, because if you have highlights, you can see where, I guess, there are like bumps where it's like caving in. Where it's caving in, you can see shadows, and where it's kind of like caving out, you can see highlights. And then you have this nice key light coming from the right, which gives this side a way, like, which shows way more structure on this side. You can see all these small little bumps on her head. You can see where the outer corner of the eye hole is. So for example, if you look at a skull, I actually have one right here. This one is not really like anatomically correct, but this could work. Hold on. There you go. So if you look at him, you can see he has that's his eye hole, of course, and you can see the outer edge right there that then goes into the cheekbone. You can very easily see that bone where it stops, because everybody's face is a little bit different. Somebody's eyes or somebody's edges right here are a little bit closer together, for example, or higher up or whatever. You can see that with this lighting very well. This lighting right there, this one. That's why I like this lighting so much, because you can see so much detail on the right side. And like probably the perfect example of that is probably a photo that I had for XQC's likeness sculpt. There you go. If we go to the materials here, we have, which one is it? This one. You can see right here, this is probably perfect lighting to see the structure of the face. You can first of all see like the fat pad coming from up here, stops at around there. Can I draw in here? I can't. Can I? Oh, I can. Let's draw some. So, okay. Oh, well, that's kind of big. Can I change the size? Oh, there you go. So you can see like his, the fat pad from up here going all the way down there and then stops roughly there. You can see it right there. That's roughly where it's located. Then you can also see where, like, you can see this small little edge right there on his mouth. That's the mouth muscle, I guess, that goes all the way around like this. You have the fat pad right here, roughly, and then you have the jaw muscle back here that if you like clench your teeth, you can kind of flex it. That's the one that you can see at the back there. You can actually see, like, this is probably the perfect shot for to see the structure from the front at least, and you can also see the end of the edge of this eye hole. That's what you can see here as well. So this one's probably like the perfect image to kind of get a grip on the overall structure of somebody's face. Also, what is very important is usually if you sculpt someone, what I actually kind of discovered just, I guess, in the last half a year or so, is that somebody's face is, if you have like this is the skull and the face is like in front here, somebody's face is actually like smaller in the front or slimmer in the front than it is in the back. So the back of the head is wider. That's why you can see like the head, like the back of the head right there. And then the face is actually like just this wide. So that's what you have to take into account as well. So you can see right there, if we just paint that, you can see it gets way smaller than just its original width or its max width. There you go. Okay, let's go back to the subject at hand. There you go. So what I've done is I tried to find images that not only show a good pose that I can, I guess, adapt or use for my sculpt, but also a good lighting. First of all, good lighting, and also an image from every direction. That's why you have these series of images. That's also how I got them. It's pretty simple, I guess, but it's very, very effective. If somebody's, for example, streaming or is makes videos, it is very simple to get images or a perspective on the head from every angle. Not the head, yeah, the head and the face as well. You can see I grabbed this from a video where she was just turning around. So those are probably like the best references you can get, somebody turning around in a video. You can see there. Oh, that was too far. So she was just looking to the front. You can see the cheekbone right there. You can kind of guess, like estimate how high that is. You can see the fan pad running down there, and then she's turning around, and you can better see the profile of the nose, for example, or the mouth, how it's shaped. That's why you need all the different angles. I have one more shot for the profile right there, to see the shape of the head, especially back here. This is actually pretty round. Yeah, just to have an angle, like have a shot of every angle. Then also I have this detail shot. It's not really that detailed, but it has good lighting, which kind of shows you very well the different, I guess, the structure of the face. You can see the eye, which is covered by, or the eyelid is covered by a layer of, like a fan pad layer that you can see right there. That's why this fold or like wrinkle is created, because this lies on top of the other one. It kind of like vanishes, like this what is it, the fold right there. If you close your eye, then there's no fold anymore, but if you open your eyes, it kind of rolls back into or underneath the fan pads. That's why you have this eye line or whatever. You can also very easily see the fan pad. You can see on the edge of the mouth. That's the one that I always look for, because it adds so much character to somebody. Usually if you look, for example, at somebody at like maybe not, yeah, at like more stylized characters, they usually don't have this this very small fan pad right there, which, yeah, just looks a little bit flatter, and also gives it less character if you don't have it. You can see she has actually, in this one at least, kind of pronounced upper lip muscles that you can see right there. It's going right here, this one and this one. These ones are very defined, for example, for very heroic characters. I think even characters like He-Man, you can see them very, very defined. Let me see if I can pull up a He-Man image. He-Man. The glorious, with his glorious mane. Does he have that? Oh, he actually doesn't. What is the name of the Street Fighter character with this weird haircut? Street Fighter. Oh, Guile? Yeah, I think Street Fighter does it very well. Very well. You can see it right there. Hold on. Do we have like a better image? Yeah, there he goes. You can see, okay, well, I don't want to go in here. You can see right there the muscles going in to the inside, like going, basically like following the flow of the chin and then going out. That kind of is pretty usual for like characters that are supposed to look very manly. You can see his facial structure is very defined. Yeah, that's where you see these very defined muscles usually. She has them as well, but not as defined, so it's not like that crazy. What is that? Coffee animation? Oh, hold on. What is that? Is that you? Oh, yeah. What? Okay, the last one I don't understand, but yeah, is that you before you had your coffee? Okay, so then I also grabbed like a few images that are just like, I tried to get a good shot from just up front. That's what this one's for example. Then the good part, or the good thing about her, is actually, especially for female characters, or for not female people, usually if you want to make a likeness sculpt out of them, they usually don't shave their head, or they have never really shaved their head like to the degree that she has. So you can actually see her head shape, which you usually can't if they have like long hair, for example, like this one. You can't really see what the head shape is over this spot right there, so you don't really see what the head shape looks like. It could be like a very flat at the top, very round. You don't really see that with this long hair. You can only see that in these ones, for example, how they're shaped. Yeah, I also tried to grab like a few different ones. So why I grabbed these two have like a very special, I guess, angle. So you can't really use them for proportions, but what they can be used for is, first of all, the underside of the nose. That's why I grabbed this one. In this one, she has like a relaxed face. Of course, it's kind of stretched from the angle of the camera. So the closer you are to your phone camera, the more stretched your face looks, or distorted. That's usually also why, if you have your camera very close to your face, your nose looks very, very big, bigger than it would usually look. But what you can see right here is she has her mouth relaxed, which means the nostrils aren't stretched into the sides. And you can see basically a relaxed nose and how it looks like right here, which you, for example, can't really do in this one. For example, if I would only have this reference image, you couldn't see what the nose looks like from below. That is, of course, another characteristic of somebody, so I tried to get an image for that as well. And then you have just like a few shots from different angles. There you go. Yeah, just try to find images for every angle, not only from the side, also from up top, and then just a few to kind of capture the current look. You can see right here, for example, with the size of somebody's face compared to somebody's skull, the skull ends right there, but the face is way smaller than that. Yeah, so that's also another, I guess, reference point you can grab. The distance between the maximum width and the actual width of the face, or the eyelashes or eyebrows. Yeah. Hey man, good luck with the awards. Welcome, Gratian Lester. Thank you. Thank you for the praise. The judging is on the 16th or 26th. It's in less than a month, I think. So in less than a month, we'll see who won the MSI Creator Award categories. Yep. I don't want to spend too much time describing what 16th. I don't want to spend too much time describing what I do here. I actually want to start so we can go into the trick that I wanted to show you today. Yeah, so, why do I go back? I need my my references. I also have this program just so I can sort out my references. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up, I'm going to put one of these references into Blender itself. Let's use, so which would be like a good pose? I think I like either this one or like a smiling pose. I think I like this one. No, not this one. Either this one or this one. So we can kind of decide which one we want to do. I'm probably going to do either up to the shoulders, or like the head including the shoulders, or just the head and then the neck. That's what I've done for the last few. It depends on how much time we have, how well I get through, I guess. So we can decide on that. Usually what I've done is like a smiling pose. What I usually look for is what their usual pose is. So how will you find them in an image? If somebody's, for example, what I've done for almost all images of me, I was just like smiling without showing my teeth. Like, probably look kind of goofy, but that's how I usually look. Or you could like as you can see with her right there, she's just smiling, but then she also had like this full teeth smile, I guess. So we can kind of decide which one we want to use. In the image I've seen, she's actually very, I guess she's smiling more with her teeth out. That sounds kind of weird, but so that's probably what we're gonna do. Why I use the one that is, I guess, more that somebody uses more often is just so you can recognize them easier. If somebody's, for example, always like smiling with like the full teeth out, then you can recognize them easier than if you make them smile or just smile without the teeth, just like a grin, I guess. So that's why I kind of choose what pose I do in that way. Okay, so I wanted to talk about my reference sheet first of all. So let's grab the reference, the main reference. So I think what I want to do is I want to first of all, of course, sculpt her head in a, I guess, straight up pose, so that I can like work with the mirror effect, of course. So I only have to work on one side, and also I can then pose her later. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably use which pose should work? I think so. I'm gonna use a full grin, not full grin, like full smile. Maybe this one. I think this one's pretty good. So this one will be the main reference. What I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna sculpt the head, maybe even without the neck, and then, or I'll just remove the neck afterwards, and then we can pose her afterwards. Of course, if you move your face doesn't really change. The only thing that really distorts in your, like if you change your pose, if you look, for example, in this direction, this muscle, like this muscle right there, flexes. So once we're done with the face, we can focus on the pose afterwards. Okay, so I'm gonna use this one. There you go. Of course, the hair, of course, will also sculpt. We're gonna probably do like a short hair, maybe more like this, with a little bit more hair than what she previously had, like a few months ago, where she shaved her head. Not like a full-on baldness, but more with a little bit of hair. Yeah. So that's the reference. And then I have my PureRef program. The PureRef program is used for my references. Those are all my references that I had for the quick... Oh wait, not the quick sketch. The MSI Creator Award submission. You have like the sculpt up there, and then you have the different mechanical parts, the different inspirations over here. That's how you can, I guess, collect your references in one single window. You can set this window to always display this window in front of everything else. So that's why I can move this window right here above Blender, and then if I click on Blender, it's still above Blender, which is quite handy. And I can also just drag them somewhere else, scale them, and all that stuff very easily. That's why I use this program. It is free, I think. I think it's free, but you can also pay a little bit of money. Okay, so let's make a new canvas. New scene. Oh, let's save. So let's put all these images in there. Zip. There you go. And then we can kind of, I guess, hold on, can you even see that? Yeah, you can. Okay. We can kind of order them. So I'm gonna order them real quick. I can also cut them. So for example, if I press C and then make a small make this cube, I can crop it like this. So I can kind of separate or remove everything that I don't need in this image to kind of condense this this reference sheet. There you go. Maybe everything, including the shoulders. Everything else we don't really need. There you go. This way we have a nice reference. Oh, we can actually cut this off as well. There you go. This way we have a good and easy to oversee reference sheet to use. Yeah. Of course, if we want to look back and forth on our sculpt and then the original, it's better to very easily find what you're looking for rather than having to look through all these huge photos that contain so much more information than you need. For example, this one, if you reduce it to just the face, oh, it's way easier to actually see what you want to look for. This one as well. Okay, so I think that's all of them. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order them so we have like the angles in one, I guess, in a row. So I can just, I guess, rotate my face, and according to the rotation, look at these references. We have these ones as well. I think I can mirror them. How can I do that again? this. Oh, there you go. Okay, there you go. We have a front view, which we'll put right there. Another side view. Oh, hello. Oh, that's wrong. Wait, how do I do that? How did I mirror it? Doesn't work. Oh, there you go. This one is actually like shot from a little bit up top, which also helps kind of get another angle on the face. Yeah, I'm just gonna, they don't have to be like perfectly sorted, especially because I want to save some time. I want to work a little bit more on the piece rather than talk about it. So I'm gonna a little bit like put this just together a little bit faster. I wonder if there's a shortcut to just, I guess, cram everything together. The front view, we can put that in there. We can probably make this bigger because this will probably be like the main reference. There you go. Another sort of side view with good lighting. There you go. Another, I guess, top view. There you go. Another down view. We have two of them. And there you go. That's the reference sheet. Oh, we have one more. And there you go. Those are our references. You're not going to see them when I'm sculpting because OBS doesn't like to record this window. So yeah, you're not going to see it. I'm going to pull it over here. We're going to switch back to Blender and then we can finally start. Okay. Just going to increase the window size. There you go. Okay. So, of course, I use a graphics tablet. That's just easier to use for sculpting because then you can apply pressure, like you have different pressure levels, which you can apply to the brush to make it even stronger or weaker. I'm going to give this a little bit more subdivisions, maybe 2, just so we have more geometry to work with in the beginning. And then let's go to sculpting. There you go. Nope, this one. Okay, so we already have like a good shot of the face right there. We have the reference, the main reference right there. Let's start with the face. So, I mean, while I start with my workflow, we can probably talk about my work, or like the tip that I actually wanted to talk about. So, hold on, detail size, let's set that to, oh, constant, and 20. So, I've used this trick for a few times now, and it helped me quite a lot to improve or get my sculpts to the next level. It is not like just like, oh, do this and hold on, is symmetry enabled? It is not like a trick that will instantly make your likeness sculpts look realistic if you've just started, but it's a trick that will first of all save you a lot of time and also save you a lot of nerves, I guess, because what can happen is you're working on a project and you see, oh well, I've been working on this project for quite a while. It doesn't really look like the character or the person that I wanted to model, but I'm just going to continue. Maybe at some point it's going to get there, maybe at some point it's going to get there, more and more copium. So yeah, at some point you either just give up or yeah, that's probably the end result. If you think to yourself like, oh well, if I add like a few more maybe pores or whatever, it's gonna get there. That's not gonna happen. And to save you that time of trying to fix your sculpt, I want to give you this trick that'll be in the beginning of your workflow, and hopefully can save you a lot of time in the long run. Because the trick is basically to only go into more detail once you actually recognize the character, the person. For example, if you work on a character based off of a sketch, you shouldn't go into more detail before you have adjusted the very, very rough structure of somebody's face to the point where you can recognize them in them. Usually if you, for example, have a face of somebody and you put a very, very strong blur filter on it, you can still see somebody's you can still recognize somebody in that image. And that is because usually smaller details, like for example, as I said before, these fat pads, these especially smaller fat pads under at the corner of the mouth, for example, they don't really add anything to the structure of the face. They just add a little bit more detail and a little bit more characters to somebody. It's similar to somebody adding fake eyelashes, for example, to their eyelashes, which makes them, for example, look more feminine. So their character or their appearance is more feminine. But even if they remove these eyes, you can still recognize a person after they removed some, like, their makeup. Of course, if it's like super crazy makeup, then maybe not. But yeah, usually smaller details like that don't really change the look of somebody. So what you should look out for is that you shouldn't go into... So for example, for me, what I do, I have my dynamic topology enabled, set it to constant. So even if I am very close to the model, I still have the same amount of like resolution that I add to the sculpt. I start with 20, then I go to roughly 50, and then I go to 100. These are usually the steps that I take to add more, or like to go into more detail with the character with a sculpt. I don't really go deeper than 20 before I can recognize somebody in the sculpt. So what I'm looking for right now is just the very, very general structure of somebody's face. So for example, how high are the eyes? If you look at this face, this isn't really like a good shot for proportions. Maybe another one that I have in my references is better. So usually for female characters, what you can kind of use as a main, like as a baseline, is that for female characters, the eyes are roughly in the midpoint of the face. So if you look from the front, roughly the eyes are in the middle of the face. Maybe even a little bit lower. The lower I think you put them, the more childish they look like. That sounds kind of weird, but yeah. And then what I usually do is I start with a skull. So I put the eye sockets in here first, and then what I do is make this bump right there for the nose, and then I go out and in again, so you have the mouth right there, and then I cut in right there for the jaw. That's usually the structure that I go with. What I do is I sculpt a skull first before I go into the rest of the face. So what the layers of a face would probably be, or would be the skull all the way underneath. Then next up you would have the muscles, and then you would have the fat, and then of course the skin. The skin we're not going to sculpt, so the only thing we have to care about is first of all the bones, then the muscles, and then on top the fat. There you go. So I'm just trying to make a very, very basic skull shape first. At this point, we don't really see like we can kind of gauge or like kind of set the general proportions already, but these ones are more like what you should do, or what I do is I start with the, I guess, proportions that apply to everyone first. Like the nose is of course usually further ahead than your chin, so that's what I do right now. I just add the nose, which is further ahead than the chin. So that's why I start with the skull first, so I can set these very, very skull or like bone based proportions in the beginning, which will set the groundwork for everything else. Okay, her face is actually pretty round, so we have to kind of see how big everything, or how round we have to oh, this one's probably a good reference. There you go. That's another trait of somebody, the roundness of somebody's face. That kind of comes down to the chin or the jaw, and yeah, the head shape overall. Let's see. So we have the eyes that also will be added later. I'm gonna make this a little bit slimmer. There you go. Always try to go back a little bit further to kind of see the face from a little bit further away, which kind of helps gauge the distances between different, I guess, parts of the head. For example, the skull and the eyes. There you go. Put that, make that smaller. Okay, so we have a very, very basic bone structure now. So what I'm going to add now is I guess the most important muscle groups that create structure in the face. So for example, the jawbone right there, jaw muscles right there to fill up this spot, right there. We also have the muscles that go to the corner of the eyes, right? Not eyes, the corner of the mouth. We also have one down here, which go like this. Hold on, we have the mouth as well, which the mouth looks pretty low right now. We're going to pull that up. Of course, the mouth will be open, so we have to take that into account. So we have to stretch the corner of the mouth out and like around the teeth. That's why I pull it back now. Looks kind of weird right now, but we're going to adjust it later. I'm not going to go into more detail with, I'm going to increase the resolution from 20 to more before I can at least kind of see the likeness, or like the person, her, in the model. Okay. I'm only working with the grab and, what is it, clay strip brush. That's the only one I'm working with. If you want to add like more finer detail, you can use the crease brush as well. For example, for the nose, you can cut in right there. But that's not really what I want to do right now. I just either want to take or add more geometry. Or structure, rather. I think the jaw is too strong right now, so we're gonna pull it up, especially down here. Too massive. I'm gonna look at a side view. Hold on. Okay. Also, I guess characteristic of somebody could be that the jawbone is either like straight down or it goes forward. Usually what I've seen is that it goes forward. Maybe I just misremember that it just goes straight down, but I think I saw someone or some people that where it just goes straight down and you have like this 90-degree angle. What is also very important for somebody's face is the ears. We're going to add them in a second. First of all, I want to fix the jaw. Okay. Okay, so we have a very, very basic head shape. We also have some muscles right there. So to fill this hole, we don't see it anymore, or not that visible. It's still there, but it's not as visible as it was before. Like this. Okay. Usually you also have, of course, muscles up here. So we can kind of, I guess, make this more defined, give it some more structure right there. We have these triangles on the side of the eyebrow right there. There you go. We can smooth them out because the face is pretty smooth. There you go. Okay, so next up, let's add the eyes. Of course, but we also have to keep in mind the smile, which pushes the fat up. If you smile, you can see your eyes get smaller. That's why you can also see if somebody's smiling just by looking at their eyes. They're kind of closer together, or like more closed, because just like everything moves up from this mouth, like the bone. I mean the muscle that pulls the corner of the mouth up also pushes everything else up, which kind of pushes the lower lid closer to the upper lid. Okay, so let's add. Oh, what I want to. Oh, first of all, I'm going to change this. Okay, so yeah, I just recently actually like understood, I guess, what it means to only work with big shapes before you go into, I guess, the medium and small shapes. It basically means, for likeness sculpting, it's very easy to explain. If you don't see the character, when you have like the big shapes, you're not going to go into more detail, because it's not going to look more like the character if you add more detail. So yeah, don't go into more detail. Change the structure until you hit the right spot. Okay, hold on, I want to see the this one has to be pulled further back, also further out a little bit. There you go. Grabbing my reference. Sometimes people's forehead is either like from like looking from a side view, like straight up or almost straight, or it has like this slope. It just depends on the person. So she has more like a slope, so we're gonna add a little bit of structure right there to make it straighter. Very, very little pressure applied to the graphics tablet, so be very, very gentle and just add a little bit more volume. Okay. Okay, so let's add the eyes. I have a eye model which we're gonna add. So let's do that now. They are in the folder, the eye folder. I don't want to do like I don't want to create eyes every time I want to create a character, so I just made like a base mesh which I can use every time. Maybe I'll make that, I don't know. Hold on, I'm in the wrong folder, am I? Yeah, no, I'm not. Okay. Maybe I'll make that available at some point as well to download. Yeah. There you go. Very small. There they are. I think no, they don't. Wait. Ah, there you go. I just need one. I'm going to use a mirror modifier to mirror to the other side. First of all, what we need, the eyeballs are roughly the size of, or 7 eyeballs in a row are roughly the size of the width of somebody's face. Which means if we go into this view, I'll make this eyeball. I apply an array modifier to it, set the array count to 7, Then I scale it up so it fits into the width of the skull. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller because usually if I work on this more, the more detailed I guess it gets, or the further we go into the sculpt, the smaller the face gets. So I'm going to make it a little bit smaller than full width, more like that. Then I go in here and remove the array modifier. We have a good size now. We're going to move it in here on the first side, I mean on one side first. The I guess depth of somebody's eyeball is very individual, so you just have to kind of see in, like, if you sculpt somebody, it is very, very personal. So first of all, ask them if you may have this personal information, and then you can see how deep it is for them. For her, it's actually pretty far out. It's behind this. Oh, is it? Hold on. No, actually, yeah. I'm gonna move it a little bit back, like there, right there. Okay, let's go back. Oh no, we have to first of all kind of adjust the I guess width, like the horizontal position. What you can do is we can look at the smile and kind of grab the width of the smile to kind of guess where the iris should be. You can see with her and also in my references, if somebody's smiling or if she's smiling, the eyeballs or the iris is roughly like the end of the iris, the outer end, like there, is roughly at the smiling point. So what we can also grab is the outer corner or edge of the nostril. For her, it's a little bit closer. I'm going to go into this view so it's easier to see. Roughly over there. That should be okay. Okay. I haven't applied the materials just yet, the textures, so it's just going to be in purple, or yeah, I'm going to add them later. Oh no, I'm going to add them now. They're going to help me later. What I need, F3. So let's apply these textures. What do we have here? We have the transmission first. There you go. Then we have diffuse. Oh, there you go. Base mesh, eye. What do we have here? Eye, texture, diffuse. We also have the texture normal. The normal texture to have some bumps on the eye. There you go. And then we have another shader, the underlying iris, which we have to apply the textures to as well. What's the first one? Diffuse. And then the normal. There you go. Okay, you can't really see the inside of the eye in this view. If you go to rendered view, you can see it. There you go, that's the eye. Okay, so now we have a eye. You can see the iris better. We're going to go back to solid view and we'll apply another modifier, which will be the mirror modifier. We can then set the mirror object, which is the skull. And there you go. Now it's perfectly symmetrical on both sides. Let's go back to the sculpting. So now that we have the eyeballs in place, they first of all serve as a good reference point, and also we can now sculpt around them to create the eyelids. Hold on, let me grab a side view. There you go. Okay. just adjusting the bones a little bit to have more, make it more, I guess, correct. There you go. Actually, it is pretty far. No, it's right there. Okay. Okay, let's add the eyelids. Actually, I wanna move her eyeballs a little bit lower? Yeah, let's do it. Move it down. There you go. Let's go back to sculpting. So first of all, let's add the upper part. What you can, I guess, just remember is that this part right here is pretty deep. The transition from the eye to the triangle from the eye, the eyebrow, and the nose. It is a very deep spot on the face. Then what you have is the muscles that go around the eye. First of all, of course, up top, right there. Oh, we have to bring back dynamic topology. And then, of course, below as well. Right there. Add it. What I usually do is I'm going to fill the eyes first. And then I'm just going to, I guess, draw in with the crease brush where the eyes should be. You can see it right there as well. Looks more like Squidward right now. Well, that's the usual Squidward face that we're in right now. And we will only go to the next phase once we've passed this phase. Or we'll add more detail once we've passed the Squidward phase. Okay. So, this looks kind of weird. Because there's... Oh, first of all, we're probably going to add her mouth first, her smile, before we do anything else. The muscles go there. We have like a deeper cut for the chin. We have the chin itself. Some people's chin are more like pointy, some are round, some are flat. What does she have? She has a pretty round chin. So let's add it. Hers is also not going in front of her her lips. That's also a characteristic of somebody. It could be. It's not always the case. For example, for her, it's not the case. There you go. Okay. So let's add the mouth. I'm gonna use the crease brush to make the basic shape. Use the smooth brush to make it look a little bit more, I guess less rigid. Okay, so first of all, we have to adjust the shape. Also, you can see her, it looks kind of like the, oh no, so the lip itself is kind of straight, or the lower corner of the lip, I guess, is straight, pretty straight at the top. I think it bows down a little bit. The lower one is just round. That's usually the case. So this is actually pretty good. We have to pull it back a little bit more. It's also too high, so we're going to pull this up. Maybe the nose is too long. There you go. The profile view. I think the head itself is kind of too big, so we can dial it back by just using the grab brush. That's why I mean, when I make the eyes smaller, it would be harder to make the face bigger. Instead, I would just make this the skull smaller. Okay. So let's add some, oh, let's make this weaker. Let's add the lip. Usually what I do is I just grab my crease brush, add the lip. That's the very, very basic shape. Hold on, do I have a side view of her smiling? That would be pretty good. Does not seem like that's the case, but we can kind of, I guess that her upper lip is pretty close to the teeth. The teeth are pretty deep right now, so we're going to pull them back out. There you go. Let's do the lower lip. Hold on, I want to pull this up a little bit more. There you go. Oh. Of course, like the I guess the measurements of somebody's face, or like the general structure is just like half of it is learning it, half of it is just practice. The more you do, the better you get. I wouldn't say like I'm an expert in likeness sculpting, but I've done a few now that I'm quite confident in creating them. What is also important for somebody's look, might be obvious, but the teeth play a big role in somebody's look. Hers are too long. I mean, the sculpts, not hers. What is also kind of, I guess, missing right now is the fat pads, which kind of define somebody's face as well. We haven't really added those yet. We're going to do that in a second. What I want to do first is the lower lip. Of course, if you're smiling, the lips are stretched more, which means they don't, I guess, are as voluptuous than what they would be. Okay, so next part would be the fat pads. Or hold on, the nose. We haven't really touched the nose just yet. So the nose is basically made out of 3 parts. The first part is the middle part, and then you have the 2 nostrils. Of course, you have the holes as well, but they don't really are part of, I guess, you wouldn't really say the holes are part of the cheese. They're just like I guess they're the missing part of a cheese. Okay, hold on. So that's the lip. Then you have the nose. It goes quite far in, like this. And then you have the nostrils on the side, and then the small, like the nub in the center. The nub in the center is basically 2 nubs. They are basically mirrored on both sides. They go like over the center. What I mean is, if I paint it in real quick, you can see, oh, those are the 2 sides. That's what the nub is made out of, basically. Like the 2 shapes that go in both directions like this. And then you have the nostril. That's how it's made. And then you have the bridge over there, and then you have the bone beginning right there. So you of course have the also you can kind of, what is important for somebody's look is not only the nose shape, but also the nose direction, I guess. Somebody could have a nose that looks like down, or it's very sharp, it is very round. For her, it's more like a rounded nose. Also, her you have this middle part underneath your nose. either this part is lower than the nostrils or the other way around. For her, it's the other way around. So the nostrils are deeper than the middle part. Maybe the resolution is quite low to sculpt in like the nostrils, so you can see, I mean the holes, as you can see right there, it's pretty low resolution, but we can do it. They're way too big because the geometry isn't really sufficient to display them properly, or to sculpt like good holes. So we just have to work with what we have. Also, the bridge has a very distinct shape for everyone. It could be straight, it could be more, for me, for example, hold on. Oh, wrong window. For me, you can see I have this is the nub in the front, and you can see this bridge has this bump right there. That is basically the transition between the bone right there and the bridge before we reach the nub in the front. Okay, so as I said before, the middle part of the nose at the bottom is higher than the sides, so I'm going to pull it up a little bit, pull the nostril part down. There you go. The shape of the nose from below is more like this. I guess this, it's not like a triangle, but it's more like, you know, it's more like a, I don't even know what you call this, like these two balls on the side, and then the middle part right there. Yeah, you know, of course, we still have to work on it a little bit more. Right now it looks more like a like an elderly woman maybe. So one of the things that we still have to add are the fat pads. We haven't added them yet, so I would say we'll do that in a second. I want to first of all, I guess, give these cheekbones a little bit more love. We should also add ears, otherwise somebody without ears may look as weird as somebody without hair if you only see them with hair, or if you've only previously seen them with hair. They look very odd without it. That's also why characters or likeness sculpts may look very weird if you sculpt them, because in the beginning, of course, they don't have any hair. That comes later. So that's what you kind of have to take into account when you sculpt likeness sculpts. Okay, let's do a quick save. There you go. Okay, so we haven't added first of all the ears. That's what I'm going to do now, and then we also haven't added any fat pads. So that's what we're going to do next. How I do ears is pretty simple. I make this stripe right there. Usually, where I place the stripe is in the center, or like between the nose and the eye. So right there. The nose horizontal line right there, like there. Like that's where the ear starts or connects to the face or the head. Then I invert the selection. Hold on, I want to bring in a little bit more right there. There you go. I use the snake hook brush, and then I just pull out a little bit more geometry. Zip. Looks more like elf ears maybe. By shaping them a little bit more, we can get some nice ears. They have like they're very rough because the geometry, of course, is pretty low, but that's okay for the beginning. Adding some volume at the back as well, otherwise we can't really go into the ear. Ears are very three-dimensional. Without this volume in the back, we couldn't do that. So that's why it's important. Let's reinforce this edge a little bit if we can. Maybe make it smoother. Although that kind of just destroys it. Hold on. I wanna use front faces only. There you go. This kind of helps us with this edge because the faces are on both sides are very close together. Enabling front faces only helps us with only affecting one of the sides, the one that you can see basically. Okay, they're pretty far off the face, so I'm going to pull them closer in. That's also a very significant characteristic of somebody, how close the ears are to the skull. For her, they are pretty close to, at the bottom they're pretty close. At the top they're further out. So more like this. Yeah, like this. Maybe they're a little bit too far out. We can fix that as well. Okay. So we have some ears. Oh, let me just see the shape of the ear. I have a side view for that as well. Okay. Oh. There you go. Okay, very basic ears. Let's add some fat pads. So of course the most important one probably is the one that makes her smile because it gets pushed up. The one on her cheekbone. Hold on, I'm gonna look at my reference real quick. Yeah, this one's pretty good. So first of all, we have a fat pad that goes from the nose right there all the way down to here roughly. Right there. Of course it's pretty big, so we have to add some more volume up here because it gets pushed up. You can kind of see how much volume you have to add by looking at the this, like a 3/4 view. It's too far to the front, so we're going to pull it back a little bit. There you go. We have some more fat over here as well to cover the jaw muscles. Then we have some more down here. Okay. Okay, that's what we have now. Let's adjust the shape a little bit. Okay. Actually, if she's smiling, her I think her nostrils are higher than the I guess the tip of the nose. Sometimes the bridge of the nose has this concave structure. For her it's more straight, so I'm gonna make it straight. It's pretty round though, so I'm gonna make it round at the top. Sometimes it's more, I guess, flat at the top. For her it's pretty round. Oh. Let's remove front faces only. There you go. Okay, let's see the shape of the nose from the side. It's pretty straight actually. And the nub is a little bit smaller. Okay, also the transition from the nose to the, what is it? The forehead. The height is pretty important as well. I think that's a good position for it. Okay. And a good line that you can paint in is also here, right where you go from transitioning from the nose to the forehead. You have this line that goes from here all the way back over the eyebrow, or the outer, I guess, eyebrow. There you go. It's very subtle, but painting it in and then smoothing it can help define the structure a little bit more. Maybe that's too much already. Okay. So we have one more thing that we haven't added yet, which is the fat pads over the eye. So let's do that now. Hold on, I want to change the should I? No. Let's do the fat pads on the eye. So first of all, I want to make this sharper. There you go. So you have one underneath and you have one at the top. So the one at the top. Hold on, I want to adjust these as well. I think I need to push her eyeballs a little bit further back now, because we've adjusted the sculpt so much, we have to pull them back a little bit. It also helps to go into material previews to see the iris, to kind of gauge how high the eyelids are right now. You can see she's kind of looking down, so we have to push them down a little bit. We can do that, of course, pretty easily. Or we push up the eyeball, I think that's easier. Oh, she's facing forward. Yep, okay. So let's add the fat on top of the eyebrow. So what we need is a pad that is right above the original eyelid that goes and covers the whole eyelid on the right, or rough almost everything. You can see right there the line right there, perfectly from one side, from one corner, the inner corner to the outer corner, and it goes right underneath the transition between the nose to the eyebrow. Smooth it out a little bit. Okay, of course the geometry is very, very small, so we have to be very precise. Or we can't really be precise, but we can at least sort of get there. So it's supposed to be perfect, so it's just supposed to, I guess, convey the general look of somebody. Making the face a little bit slimmer, not too much though. Okay. So, hold on, we have a little bit more over here. There you go. Okay, so there's one more thing that I want to add, which is at the bottom right here. We have a very strong distinction between the, as we discussed before, the lower lip muscles and the chin. Okay, let's do some more adjustments here. First of all, over here we need some more fat. We haven't added the ones in the corner yet, so let's add them right there. She has pretty high, I guess, smiling corners, I guess you could call them. The line that goes to the nostril is round, concaving out like this. Some concave in, or cave in, some cave out, or it's out like that. All these small details make a face unique. Okay, we have to adjust the lip a little bit. It's too high up, so we're going to pull it down. What we can do is we can mask the nose so we don't pull the nose down with it. Or we can just mask the lips, I guess. The mouth, the whole mouth. There you go. Okay. Bring back the lip. It's too far forward, so we're going to pull it back. We have to smooth it as well. The center part of the nose, we have to bring it in as well, of course. That's also part of the face. Oh. The lips like lie right on top of the like the teeth and the skull, of course, so they don't, like, I guess, go wider than the teeth. They basically lie on it. If you pull them back, they stretch over them, except for in this small little area right there where they get pulled outwards just a little bit. But for the rest of the lips, they cover, or they lie right on top of the teeth. Also, I guess, characteristic of somebody, or like overall, a important thing to keep in mind is that if somebody smiles, usually the fat that is on the cheeks cover the corner right there, so we have to push this forward a little bit, like that. Also a little bit in. Okay, let's kind of gauge it. It's a little bit too wide here. Now we go a little bit more into the personal structure, I guess. Adjusting the general, like, still the very rough structure, but still like very rough. We also forgot still to add the lower fat pad that is right there. There you go. So we don't only have one at the top, we also have one at the bottom. Also, one thing to keep in mind is that the upper eyelid is further, like when you look from the side, is further forward than the lower eyelid. So we have to pull this forward a little bit. So that, oh, hold on. No, we have to pull the other one further back. Like that. Let's go into material preview so we can see the irises. We can see they're too low. Or what we can rather do is we can move down the eyes. I think that's a better choice here. So we will move them down like this, and then now we can adjust them better. Go back to sculpting. Solid, there you go. Grab the grab brush. The eyelids are also pretty thick. That's one more thing you have to keep in mind. Okay. So what I see right now is that the face is actually too round. So I'm gonna pull this a little bit closer. Or is it? Hold on, I want to see a better reference picture. I also want to go back to sitting, so I'll mute myself for a second, then I'm gonna go to sitting again. Okay, so one thing that I see is that the eyes are too high, I think. Hold on, I want to see it. Look at my reference. So, no, the eyes are too small. So we actually have to make them a little bit bigger, which shouldn't be a big problem. So we're just going to go in here, select the eyes, and scale them up just a little bit. Her eyes are actually pretty big. There you go. Of course, somebody's face is very like, what makes somebody unique is very subtle. Of course, you can see like big differences in most people, but when it then comes to like individual changes in the face, like the eye width, the eye height, the eye size, that is all very subtle. So the reason I haven't really gone into more like deeper, I guess I haven't really increased my resolution, is because I'm not satisfied with the look just yet. So I'm still tweaking small parts to get to, I guess, something that looks more like her. Oh, hold on. I want to see a 3/4 view. I haven't really looked at that just yet, so that might be a good choice to kind of gauge the position of everything. Okay, the cheekbone has to be a little bit higher, right there. Okay. The side view is also very important because you can see not only like the I guess the size of the, or the shape of the cheek, but what can also help is because we don't really have any hair on the sculpt right now. What can help is add a little bit of a mask. The mask is black, which can kind of imitate hair, which can help to kind of create the illusion of hair, and which can help to see if it actually looks closer to the person that you're sculpting. So if we use the mask, paint in the eyebrows. Oh, why is this? Okay, hold on. The song is very, very quiet. There you go. Of course, the geometry is so big that the eyebrows get very big as well. She has actually pretty, I guess, thin eyebrows, but it can still help. You should look from every angle to see if everything fits. Not only from the front or from the side. Every angle is important. Some things you can only see from certain angles. For example, the shape of the nose, for example, or the eyes, the lips. Those aren't really that, I guess, readable from the front necessarily. So it's very important to not only go back from time to time to kind of see the holistic view of your sculpt, but also to see different characteristics better. Also, what really makes up somebody's face, or what like they look like, is the eye rotation. So whether or not the outer corner of the eye is higher than the inner corner. It is very important for somebody's look. Also, you can kind of gauge the width, or at least the position of somebody's inner eye corner by them. They should be on the same width with the outer part of the nostril, so roughly on this line. If somebody's supposed to look more feminine, also more, I guess, more happy, you would pull the corner of the eye higher on the outside than on the inside. If they are supposed to look like sad, you would pull them lower. Or yeah, in general. That's also what you can see in the WhatsApp smileys. the sad smileys have this, or at least some of them have this, I guess, down-facing, the down-facing eye lines. What I also want to add is a small rotation outwards for the eyes. Usually you don't look forward, like perfectly straight with both eyes. You would like your eyes actually point outwards. What I usually do is I rotate them on the z-axis roughly by either 1 or 2 degrees. I think I'm gonna do 2. Hold on. 1. Let's say 2. It's not really that visible, but it still adds a little bit to the face. Just adjusting the eyes so they fit better. Okay. Of course, if somebody's smiling, as I said before, the meat and muscles kind of get squashed together at the bottom of the eye. That's what I'm adding right now. The eyelid is more like squashed together as well. You have this very, very distinct fold right there. There you go. I think the biggest downfall right now is the mouth, so we have to adjust the mouth a little bit. Now we're trying to get the overall proportions right. Not only the eye width, the height and all that, but also stuff like the mouth, for example. Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes Blender kind of messes up for whatever reason and doesn't really, or the sculpt then isn't really symmetrical anymore, which is kind of weird. So you get these asymmetrical geometry on both sides, which can kind of, I guess, create some weird problems, but I think it's best to just ignore them most of the time, because if you then at some point add more detail, we don't really see it anymore. trying to adjust the I guess the size or the size of the skull right now. Trying to make it a little bit smaller to kind of fit it more to her proportions. It was pretty big before. Not only using the grab brush, but also the smooth brush to do that. The eyes or the jaw should roughly connect in the middle of the face if you look from the profile view. Okay. Just doing small changes. Do small, slowly, slowly get to the likeness. Of course, it's not going to look perfectly like her, but it's going to lay the groundwork for the detail, to refine the look, basically. Okay. Doing some concentration work, just to concentrate on the individual parts a little bit more, really gauging the distances between stuff, getting it right. The foundation is the most important part, so that's why I'm trying to be as precise as possible. Make sure that if you move your eyes, you select the sculpt afterwards so that you don't sculpt the eyes, or that you're not in sculpt mode for the eyes. There you go. Trying to adjust the mouth shape. And of course the teeth, we can't really put them in like really at all because the geometry is just too big, too broad. We can just like put in a general shape to kind of suggest what it looks like. Okay, I think we're getting pretty close to going to the next level of detail. The next detail will really add more, I guess, character to the face. The first part is, of course, just the general structure. And the next part will be more about, or will be even more about adding character. Now that I think we're ready to get to the next part, we can start increasing the geometry, the density, I mean, for the dynamic topology resolution. Let's set it to 50. Now, if we paint in here, you can see it is way denser. So what I like to do is I'll just go and make a broad brush, very little strength, just like this, tapping once, and then you can see it's immediately like way denser, way smoother, and you have way more geometry to work with. Okay, so now we can go into here with the crease brush, for example, and refine these lines here, for example. Actually add some teeth as well. Good thing is we're not too big in, I guess, the overall density, that we can still adjust the big shapes still quite well. There you go. Now we can actually bring in the fat pad on at the corner of the mouth, right there. And bring in like an actual mouth corner. That wasn't really possible before, but it was because there was so little geometry. So it's refreshing to go from the second to the from the first to the second, I guess, level of detail or resolution level, because you yeah, you could finally add more, like just refine everything and really like it's similar to working with a blurry image. If you go and add like a sharpener, it just feels better. Just better to look at and better to work with. Okay, small little changes, that do a lot of change overall. Small steps, but even the small steps bring you to your goal. The upper lip, of course, it's slimmer because it gets stretched when you smile. Usually, if you just, I guess, sit there with a neutral face, usually your lip is like not as thin or wider than if you smile, just because it gets stretched out a little bit more. Okay, now we can actually add some detail to the nose as well, like the holds, nose holds. That's why I grabbed my reference from the bottom to have like a, yeah, like so I actually know what the shape looks like. Usually the general shape is like this triangle in the center, or this cube, I guess. And then you have the two parts on the side. You have the nub that kind of creates this round shape right there and goes in and around the pointy tip of the nose. Like that. And then you have the nostrils. There are like these very, very small details that you can't really study. You just have to do, I guess, projects over and over and over again until you just realize that they're there. You can't really see them from the beginning. You just have to do it and learn it over time. It's not really possible to just see every single minor detail from the in the beginning. That just comes with time. The nose is too long, so I'm going to pull it back. It's also quite big, so I'm going to make it smaller. Okay, let's get to the eyes. Let's add some more detail to the eyes, especially the eyelids. Of course, we're not going to change the eyeballs necessarily. Maybe we'll move them a little bit, but we're not going to change their shape or anything. That's all just the eyelids. There's this weird transition from the upper eyelid to the lower eyelid that I never really understood I guess accepted it. That it just, I guess, like it just like it just like vanishes into nothingness right here. Like there's no, like the upper eyelid isn't like covering the lower eyelid. They just, I guess, connect. Right there. I don't really know how to describe it. It's super weird if you think about it. That's probably because the eye muscle is similar to the one that you have in your on your, like for your mouth as well, just like the circular muscle. So it's basically like a circle, not two halves that then connect on both sides. Now we can actually add like a good defined like overlap between the fat pad and the eyelash. No, not the eyelash, the eyelid. It's not super rigid. And we can also kind of control the distance from this overlap to the the corner of the eyelash. I mean, eyelid. A little bit more easier and better. Let's give the nub a little bit more love. There you go. Does she have a like a bump on from the transition from? No, she doesn't. Oh well, like make it like a small one. The transition from the bone to the bridge, right there. Just very, very subtle. You know what? I think that's okay. a good the profile view is also very good to kind of gauge the length or the proportions of the front of the face. For example, the chin, how long it is, or the what the length is from the nose to the lip, or other stuff. How flat the face is, basically. You can also see in that view. Very subtle changes here. Don't want to overdo it. That's also why I decreased the strength of my my brush, because now it goes to more detail, which means smaller changes. It's just that simple. Okay, there you go. Let's add some like a mask to kind of gauge the overall look with hair. Now that we have some more geometry, we can also make more detailed eyelashes, for example. Looking at the material preview to see if the iris is still in the right position. Looks pretty good. Let's add some here as well. Painting it in with the brush. Pretty simple. Okay. Maybe we could even kind of imitate some teeth here. Let's see. Trying to add some teeth, just like very, very general shape. Maybe that's too big, but who cares? Okay, well, that looks weird. Let's remove that. That's the problem with teeth. If the teeth are like very, very close together, they look kind of weird because they look like they have like these huge gaps between them. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's still too big, but who cares? It's not the important part right now. There you go. Okay, so I think it's time for some detail in the ears. We haven't really touched the ears at all yet, so it's time to do that. Pretty simple, the shape in the ear. It might look quite complicated, but it's actually pretty simple. We have the outside, of course, this outer ring, I guess, or rim. There you go. The inner, I guess, disc, or like the where the ear lies on the skull, basically. This crease right there. Then the ear itself. So you have a C and you have a C and a Y shape. The C shape is the bigger one, the Y shape is the smaller one. So you have the C shape that is going from all the way up here around. Hold on, let me grab my reference. There are a few distinctions between, or like personal, I guess, distinctions that are part of the eye. So we have this C shape right there that then ends over here. The earlobe just stays like this, just like a hunk of meat hanging down, and then you have the inner part. So this C then caves into the center of the ear, goes deeper. So we have to make this a little bit deeper here, and then you have the hole right there, the entry into the ear itself, the ear canal right there. So that's the C. And then you have the Y shape as well. The Y shape is on the inside of the C, which means it is right here. So you have the Y that goes from, hold on, right there. Okay, so the C shape is basically right there. That's the C, roughly. And then you have the Y shape that goes from here and looks like this. So what you have here is like the small little dip in here. And then you have these two arms, or this Y shape basically, that connects on this side with the C and then caves all the way around the center and then the other arm as well. If we give this some more detail, you'll see it better. There you go. So that's the Y shape right there. This one. They're right there. Of course, it's just like a it gets close to a Y shape. I guess you can see the Y shape. And then you have the C shape on the outside right there. Those are the two shapes that you kind of have to keep in mind to make an ear. And then just with a little bit more, I guess, shaping it a little bit more, you get an ear. Of course, how exactly you're supposed to shape it kind of depends on the person. Everybody has like their own ear shape. The ear is pretty personal. So, yeah, you just have to do it for everyone like individually. If you make your own character, you can of course decide for yourself. But of course, if you want to make your own, I guess, ear, then you still have to know how a general ear looks like. That's where the C and S shape come in. If you don't know what the general rules are, you cannot add more detailed rules. We need some front faces right now, otherwise I'm just going to destroy the ear right there. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, now we have some more detail in the ears. I think they're too far apart. I mean, too far out, so I'm going to push them in a little bit so I don't, I guess, move the skull. I'm just going to select the ear. So I can only move the ear and not the skull part. Usually if you want to move the ear itself, it's kind of hard to not move the skull without a mask, because you have to increase your brush size so much that it kind of always touches. The radius is too big to kind of, I guess, exclude the skull. I'll just make a mask. That's what it's used for. Okay, we still have this crease right there, but we can just smooth it, and that should do the trick. There you go. Going back to the nose, just kind of detailing it a little bit more, refining it. And after doing the groundwork, way easier to do that. We don't have to fix anything, we just have to expand on it. There you go. Doing small adjustments, not too many, or not too big adjustments rather. Okay. I think I'm gonna add a neck as well. Just so we don't have just like a floating head. So I'm just gonna select a neck region right there. That should do the trick, although we're gonna pull it back a little bit. There you go. We're going to invert the selection. We're going to grab the snake hook brush and we'll pull out a little bit of neck. Okay. Going into both sides, of course, because she has shoulders, believe it or not. A torso as well. As well as a back. I was kind of on the fence whether I should bring in a neck first or later. I kind of decided to do it now. As you can see, it's kind of harder now to adjust everything, like the general shape, because the geometry is so dense already. So what we can do is we can just go back to 20 and only add, like only work with 20 on the neck, which will make it easier to adjust the general shape. Same principle that we had for the face. First, create the overall structure and then make it more personal. You can see you have the collarbone roughly over here that goes up to the shoulders. You also have the muscle going from the ears to the collarbone, which goes right. I mean, if you want to go from the collarbone, which goes from here all the way up to the ears. This muscle basically is used for the rotation of your head. If one of them flexes, you'll rotate in the opposite direction, basically. Pushing everything into shape is very, very easy if you don't have this dense geometry. First of all, because it's less, I guess, performance intensive, and also just, yeah, easier to move. Like, if you have less density, you don't have to like, there's more resistance. I mean, if you have more density, there's more resistance. If you have less, then there's less. So if you have less vertices, it's going to be easier. The neck muscle goes from the, of course, the scalp, or the skull, all the way up here, all the way down, rotates back to the front actually, and then connects close to the collarbone right there, close to the shoulder to the collarbone right there. Of course, it's not like that defined, so I'm gonna make it smooth again, like that. Okay. I think it's also time to add some very rough hair. The hair is very, like, it's also part of the character, I would call it, or it's somebody's likeness. So I'm gonna add that next. Now that we have a neck, And yeah, basically a neck, maybe beginning of the shoulder as well. So let's add the hair. What I do for the hair is pretty simple. I basically just grab, or I go in here in the geometry. I select parts of it. Hold on. Oh yeah. So I guess duplicate the sculpt. There you go. Then I scale it down just a little bit. Like that, just a very tiny bit. So it's like definitely on the inside. Then what I do is I grab a sphere, apply a mirror modifier to it, use the sculpt as the mirror, make it smaller to cut off the ear part, because that can lead to some problems if you leave them there. Put that on the ears right there. You make it a little bit flatter actually. There you go. We go into the head, the hair sculpt. Wait, where's my second sphere? Oh, it's all up here. Okay. So we have sphere 1, which is the outer sculpt. No, it's the inner sculpt. Wait. Oh yeah, sphere is just the head itself. Then we have the hair sphere. And then we have the cutoff Boolean sphere. So we go into the hair sphere, use a Boolean modifier, select the spheres so we can cut off the ear geometry. We then apply it, and we do the same for the mouth. Just so we don't, and the nose as well, just so we don't have anything basically getting through the skin that is not supposed to be visible. There you go. Okay, so let's go to the hair sculpt. We'll go into sculpting, of course, and we're going to add a rough hair model, I guess. So let's go ahead and add the basic shape first. The silhouette, I guess. I'm going in with 20 again. Dynamic topology of 20. Because it's very, like, it's another rough part. Like, it's supposed to be rough first. Which makes it, yeah, as I said before, easier to adjust the general structure and shape. And also, it is just way easier for the, I guess, for you PC to calculate. And also, yeah, just smoother. When you go into details, you're working with less geometry, or you affect less geometry, so it's kind of, it stays smooth because you yeah, you just affect less geometry. But if you would try to do the same that I do right now with more geometry, that will probably get pretty slow at some point. So let me see her hairline. Okay. course, she doesn't have that much hair, so we don't have to add too much. Long hair can be quite difficult to add, so it's quite good that she has short hair right now. Okay, there you go. I think that's pretty good for the hair. Let's add eyebrows. Of course, with like a geometry density of 20, it'll be kind of hard. So we could go maybe a little bit deeper to give the eyebrows a little bit more definition. You can see it gets quite hard, so let's do that. Let's set it to 50. Otherwise, it's not going to look like anything. What you can kind of, I guess from the, or you can kind of set the length of your eyebrows. You can see how long they have to be if you go from the middle of the bottom of the nose to the, if you draw a line from there to the outer corner of the eye. Oh, you can't see it because it's underneath. If you draw a line from the center right there to the outer corner and then extend this line outwards, that's roughly where the eyebrow should stop. So going from the center to the edge and then to extending it, you can see it stops right there. Perfect. Okay. Kind of adjusting the bow here. The curve of the eyelash. I mean the eyebrow. Okay. What you can also do is you can go into the render view to kind of see what it looks like, because this way we get like different shadows which you can't really see in, or which we don't really get in the other view. In the solid view, the shading is a little bit different there, but in this view, especially because I've added this light there, we get these very, I guess, the shapes that very distinctly show you the structure of the face, which can help determine where you want to do changes. I'm just quickly gonna lock the hair so I don't click it by accident. I want to go into my sculpting, the head sculpt, not the hair sculpt. Do some adjustments. I actually want to hide the hair for a second, because otherwise this can get quite disruptive. Okay, there you go. Changing this fold for the eye as well. Okay. I don't even think we need to add more detail than just than 50. I think 50 is already enough. Of course, if you add more, you can just, yeah, make it more HD, I guess. But I think for what I want to do here, 50 is enough. Maybe we could add a little bit more for like very special parts, like the teeth, for example. Because the teeth kind of have not enough right now. Not enough geometry to really display them properly. Also, we could, if we use, I guess, more density, we could add a little bit more, like, very fine detail, like the wrinkles, the laughing wrinkles, I call them. You can see right there under the eye, basically the crow. No, that's not the crow feet. There, that's something else. I mean, I think they're caused by smiling. We could maybe sort of put them in. There you go. Okay, there you go. There's one more thing that I want to add that kind of gives the, especially female characters, a little bit more, I guess, like femininity, which is the eyelashes. I have some, I guess, ready to go eyelashes already that I can add. That's those that I've already added for the other likeness sculpts as well. I'm gonna bring them in soon. First, before I add the eyelashes, I want to make sure that the eye shape is right. So I'm just going to do a few adjustments here to make sure that everything's perfect and ready for the eyelashes. Okay, I think we're ready for the eyelashes. I add it soon. I could just append it from one of my old projects, so we don't have to, yeah, first of all, create new ones, because that could take a while. And also, yeah, it'll just save us some time. They're also always going to look good, because if they're going to look once and we copy them, they're going to look good every time. That's why I made them, or that's why I copied them every time, to make my life a little bit easier. Okay. There you go. You know what? I have to change the mount a little bit. I'm not happy. The upper lip, to be precise. Hold on, I'm almost there. There are so many small adjustments that I want to do. First of all, the lips are too thick. Yeah, I guess too wide. Not too wide, but too. I don't know what better way to say it than thick. It sounds kind of weird, but that's the best descriptor. There you go. Time to do another save. Otherwise we're gonna lose a lot of progress. Let's bring back the hair. We have to do a few adjustments to the hair as well, because it's now outside of the original sculpt. Oh, there you go. Pushing it all underneath. We don't have to do, so you didn't see it on some part of the hair. It doesn't interfere with the head sculpt. It's only supposed to show, or yeah, represent hair, nothing else. So we're just gonna remove all of it. In the neck part as well. There you go. It's better. Maybe we can smooth it out a little bit, make it less edgy. Okay. The eyebrows are still scuffed, but that's okay. No, I'm gonna change them. Here, I think I decided to bring in the eyelashes when we're fully done. Otherwise, I'm gonna just do changes every time, and then I have to readjust them again, and then it's just annoying. So I'm gonna do it afterwards. I'm gonna add them afterwards. Comparing my sculpt to the reference right now, I want to go back to the head sculpt. I want to do a few more adjustments. There you go. Okay. Also, one of the fat pads that you have in your face goes actually from your jaw to the neck. So that's another one of those that especially indicates whether or not you're old. So the older you are, of course, the more your skin gets looser or like sags more, which mean, or the sagginess comes from the fat that just tries to, I guess, or that kind of just follows gravity and like gets dragged down. The looser your skin, the more you will, of course, the more the fat will be dragged down. So that's why you have, for example, over here at the front, right after the chin, you have this fat right there, which not only creates, especially for older people, like this sagginess under, like on the chin, but also makes the chin for a lot of people pretty smooth. The same is like, that's the same, hold on. It's the same for the eyes. The fat above the eyelids gets more and more saggy. So it could actually happen that the fat over the eyelid that kind of just gets dragged down because the skin gets looser and looser, is lower, or yeah, lower than the actual eyelid. So it actually, like, the eyelid completely hides underneath the fat pad. That could happen as well. One change that I just now see is that her jaw is actually almost connecting with her ear. It goes pretty high, like that. Okay, well that looks weird. Hold on. I have to pull it down a little bit rounded. Okay. Let's bring back the hair. Oh, okay, we have to adjust the hair a little bit. Also, one important thing, especially for reference, when you're looking for reference, is that to look out for the position or the position from of the ears in relation to the nose, because usually if you look right from the front, if the ears are the bottom of the ear is higher than the nose, the bottom of the nose, somebody's looking down, not straight at you. If they're perfectly in line horizontally, they look straight at you. If the nose is higher than the ears, I mean the person is looking upward, is looking up. Yeah. That's how you can kind of see whether or not you're actually looking at a straight up shot. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see that. So the ear position in relation to the nose is a good indicator on whether or not that's the case. So I'm going to increase the density to 100 for the teeth. Just to put in teeth, make it look make it a little bit more detailed. I'm not going to fill the whole sculpt with 100 resolution. Just a small part here. Everything else is really needed. We can also use the pinch brush, which is the green one right there, to make these, I guess, gaps between the teeth smaller by just pinching it right there. That's also the problem with drawing teeth. Usually teeth look weird in drawings just because the lines between the teeth look like gaps, which which makes them look like they're so far apart, and yeah, literally they look weird that way. So what you either have to do is you have to either just kind of create the start of the gap at the bottom where they like at the bottom of the teeth, or you just create like one unit of like a teeth like bar basically, because otherwise it'll very easily look too thick, the line. Let's go back to the hair. We have to do a few adjustments. Oh. Okay. I think we're getting to the end here. Finishing up maybe the hair. We could maybe give the hair a little bit of flow. Where's this one probably? Yeah, let's use this one. So I'm gonna go into the dynamic topology, set it to maybe 40 should be enough. Let's set it to 50 here, keeping the same steps in here for the hair as well. And then what we can do is we can just use the clay brush, the clay strips, to create some structure. What we're gonna do is we're gonna remove symmetry, because the hair is not symmetrical. Who would have guessed? So I'll remove symmetry so I can create flow basically. Of course the hair is pretty short, but even though it is short, it still has a certain flow to it. The hair kind of adapts to the hairstyle that you, I guess, style it into. So even if you cut your hair they will still kind of retain the same direction that they had before. Of course, it's just so short that you don't really see it. And then if you let it grow, it'll come back. Yeah, just by adding these clay strips, we can very easily create a very simple hair flow. So just kind of how the hairs are, like, in which direction they face. These ones actually go back like this. We could also use the crease brush to do the same. But in some areas we were pretty close to the the skin actually, that I rather would add more geometry rather than removing some. That's why I use the clay buildup brush, or the clay strip brush. There you go, almost done with the flow. Without symmetry, of course. Otherwise we can't really bring in flow, or it'll just look weird. If the face is fully symmetrical, it'll look weird in general. Almost like no face is like perfectly symmetrical. This asymmetry is like also something that gives a face character. If your nose, for example, is like more tilted to one side, or one eye is higher than the other one, that all gives a person more character and makes them more unique. A perfectly symmetrical face looks pretty weird if you look at it. Now, after adding some more geometry, I can go back with the crease brush and make these sharper, I guess, structural changes as well. I don't want to go over the whole head with this, because this will take a while. So I'm just going to do a few swipes, I guess, over here. And kind of add some more detail to the front here. The back we don't really see that much, so I want to spend time working on that as well. Wait, oh no. Did I think I accidentally moved my my sculpt. I was wondering why it looks so weird. I think I actually accidentally moved my sculpt a little bit, like the head sculpt. Hold on. That's definitely better. Okay. Hold on, because we moved everything so much. We have to adjust the sculpt again. Now she has a goatee. Perfect. There you go. Okay. Let's add the oh, hold on, I have to adjust the eyebrows. I moved the whole face, so I have to move the eyebrows as well. Okay. There you go. Doing a few adjustments just to finish it up, and then we're done. Just the teeth, a little bit more shape into them. There you go. Let's add the eyelashes. Hold on, where do I have them? I can't remember. Should be one of the previous likeness sculpts. There. I'm just gonna append the whole thing, move it to the side, grab the eyelashes, and remove everything else. Da-da-da. Just gonna put them roughly in the spot where they're supposed to be. We can go in and select the sides individually to kind of adjust them individually so they actually fit in here properly with the right rotation and all that jazz. I think that's okay. Let's do the other side, and then we're done. There you go. Make the eyebrows just a little bit smaller, I mean thinner, and then that's okay. Okay. Oh. What we can do now is we can go into rendered view and we can use different... Oh, what we can do first is we can maybe change the color of the hair. Add a material. The color is roughly like a brown. Dark brown like this. Not as glossy. Oh. And then we have the skin. The skin is kind of... I'm gonna leave the skin like that because I don't want to do stuff like separating the teeth from the lips and the other stuff. So I'm just gonna leave it there. Wait, I have one more thing that I want to change. Hold on, let me actually pull up the one that I used the hair for. I think otherwise it's kind of, or I mean, we could probably remove the hair, but that's also kind of weird. I'm gonna see if I can pull the one up that I actually had in mind, or that I was looking at. There you go. Which one is it? This one. I think the hairline is a little bit different. Oh, we see a small little hole there, peak hole. But I'm gonna leave it there. So the let's go back to what I said before. You cannot change the big structure of the face once you go, or no, you cannot change the look, the general look of a face, the structure of the face, how the face, like the position of the like the general basically structure of the face. You can't really change that well, or that like, yeah, that well, if you already have like if you go into more detail, you cannot use detail to correct mistakes that you've done with lower resolution. You can only enhance what you've already done with the lower resolution. So you should never go further with your sculpt if you're not happy, or if you don't think you're there yet where you want to be with if you think there's still something lacking with the resolution that you're currently at, you should probably work on it a little bit more in that resolution until you think you're happy with what you have, and you think you can go and just go to the next level. That is basically what I kind of just recently really understood, was basically to if you do a likeness sculpt, for example, you should only go further with your sculpt. So the way that I actually understood it was that I saw a real life sculpt of somebody, like of a person, and it had like these very big, broad strokes on it, like with the tools that you use to form the clay. And you had these huge and like these very, very big clay strokes that you can still see. It was very, very visible. It was in a very, very rough state. But even then, you were able to see the person, or like the character, a character in that sculpt. So if you ever do like a character, for example, if you do a recreation of a 2D character into 3D, make sure that you're happy with your sculpt in the first resolution, the basic, in the first step or the first level of detail that you sculpt. Make sure that you're happy with that before you go deeper into it, and before you don't be eager. Or you can be eager, but don't let yourself lead astray and think like, okay, well, I want to go to the next level. If the first level isn't look good, or if the first level doesn't look good, the next level it's not gonna fix it. So make sure that you build a good foundation where you can then build a nice looking house on top of it. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. If there's no foundation, or if the foundation is has cracks in them, the house is gonna fall apart at some point. So make sure you do that. And yeah, so just to reflect on this likeness sculpt, because this project was not only serving the purpose of basically talking about the topic, my trick that I just recently, I guess, understood and really implemented into my workflow, but also overall just the end result, to reflect on it, because I like to do it so much. So of course I've done quite a few likeness sculpts now, and I think I talked about it before, that I find females harder to do than males, just because their features are more subtle. I had a little bit of a difficulty with this one as well. I think maybe if I do it in once more, another likeness sculpt, the same likeness sculpt of her, maybe I could do it better. I think there's still room to improve. I think I can kind of see her, but it's definitely not to the degree that some other likeness sculpts that I've done have reached. Other ones were closer, I guess, to the to the real life person. So I mean, the only thing I can do is reflect on what I want to do better next time, and do it better next time. I guess what I would say is, overall, I mean, we had how many, 3 hours or so to work on this. What I would say is, I would probably just do more to kind of get a hang of, or to just improve my senses of proportions and all that, and overall maybe do a few more likeness sculpts throughout, I guess, a month or so, just to make sure that I don't lose any, I guess, skills or so that I build up by doing them. And hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hope you learned something. Maybe you just enjoyed listening. Either way, hope you enjoyed. Hope you Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining, thanks for listening, thanks for chatting, or just thanks for being here. Maybe I'll see you next time, and yeah, take care.